Oh man, my my cam is all messed up. What's up? Mic check. I think Mike is doing all right. Cam check is bad though. Let's do that. Oof, that's more than that. All right, hold up. Yeah. Do that. Hit OK. Deactivate, reactivate. We're back. There we go. Now we're looking good. What up, parents? Nah, I actually started downloading it earlier, and then it was like taking a while, so I actually paused the download. I'm at like 67% or something like that, and I'll finish it after stream. But yeah, I can't wait for PoE2 Tomorrow. That has been the headline of the day. I'm surprised that like it wasn't like the biggest topic on X today, given how many people were talking about it. But what is up? I have whoops, I don't know what I was trying to do there. All right. Anyhow, this is the last day of PTR for me because obviously I'm playing Path of Exile tomorrow. So I'm gonna finish up doing whatever little bit of testing I have left to do today or tonight, I guess you could say, and then that'll be kind of it. The interesting thing about it is that the season 7, like after playing around with the season 7 powers a little bit, like the witch powers, some of them are actually pretty cool. I do think some of them are like visually a pain. Like the auras just feel very loud. That's probably the best way I could put it. I wish they weren't as loud, nearly as loud. But is it optimistic, aren't we? Oh, you mean being able to play tomorrow? Talking about the queues a few times. I've already prepared for that actually. I got like 2 different games. I'm gonna like bounce between that I'm gonna play like while I'm in queue. I just think you're getting to P. Well, let's keep in mind it is early access though. So like, granted, while what I mean by that is that like keep in mind PoE used to be a free game, right? Or well, it still is a free game, but the early access you have to pay for. Granted, it reached over 1 million, and they were expecting about 1 million. I don't really think that the queue times are going to be that bad at the start. I think like maybe like Friday evening when people kind of get off of work, and then when people are starting to see like the people who haven't been paying attention, look at the Twitch category or look at other things like why is this game blowing up and over 700,000 viewers in the category, 800,000 viewers or whatever. That I think Friday night is going to be like, if you try to log on Friday night, you're going to have a lot of issues. Or let me phrase that. If you try to log on like maybe like 6 or 7 hours after it launches, you're gonna have a lot of issues. But I think if you try to log on like right when it launches, I think, or maybe an hour after it launches like that, I don't think you're gonna run into that big of a deal, or that big of an issue. But yeah, all day Saturday, yeah, you can kind of probably forget it. Like basically once you're in, like don't log out. Basically, don't log out for like the entire weekend, I guess. With that being said, though, I'm gonna go back to saying what I was saying before. The wish powers are actually not that bad. Like initially, when I was looking at the wish powers, I was kind of like, yeah, you know, I guess they're alright. And they're alright. You know, I don't really have any feedback or anything, but they look alright. But then playing around with it a bit more. Some of them are obviously not scaling with your character like it's supposed to, but that's, you know, usual Blizzard bugs and all that crap. I assume that would be, you know, worked out at, you know, at the start of season 7. But some of the other stuff are actually kind of neat. And it's not just more damage to your character. So that's actually well, I guess cool, but the wish powers aren't permanent. I'm pretty sure that they'll probably make a few of them permanent like later on and something like that. Hexa Whispers is a bit broken. How so? It clears all your negative effects, including boss stacks. I mean, I don't know. I never really cared about the negative effects, including boss. And then not only that, but it has a cooldown, so it's not like it's up to all 100% of the time. But I guess the boss stacks would be kind of nice to clear, but I don't know. I guess I never really cared about that. Maybe I might care if I pushed or something, but since I don't think I care about that. I could probably see that being, you know, useful for pushing, but I think probably for giga pushing, you're probably gonna want something that's gonna kind of help you kill the boss faster. But there's something I wanted to take a look at. I'm reading some notes that I kind of put down. Duststone. It's a Duststone and Phantom String. I want to take a look at again. So it should be in my inventory. Gems. I don't even know if I really want to take that because I think the combination I have right now is actually pretty decent. But I do probably need to swap out this little thing here though. Efficient rogue product. I ran a Vero bill hitting for trillions in season 7 PTR. Yeah, I was already hitting trillions 2 days ago. I'm pretty sure I was probably the first. I was first. Let me rephrase that. Well, actually, maybe because there really isn't that much interest in the PTR. But Ran of Rails was the first build I actually played in PTR, and I was hitting trillions like in the first hour and a half, 2 hours. Well, 2 hours roughly of PTR, roughly. I guess didn't put out a video on it because it's PTR, and like right now, Path of Exile 2 is like right around the corner. No one cares about any videos at the moment. No one cares about any D4 videos at the moment. So I wasn't gonna like take the time that I could be using testing right now to make a video on it. But I'm hitting now upwards of about 20 trillion damage now. I do think that that's a bit much. Actually, stronger on seasonal than I am on non and in eternal, but my gear is not nearly as good. So I'm assuming there's some interesting multiplicative stuff going on with some of the choices of which powers I chose. So yeah, about that. I don't even know what the problem is or what's happening, but I just don't have the patience to try to figure it out right now. I really don't. Make sure what's going on, man. And I also gotta keep climbing pit because I haven't really done many pits. Like he's been trying to put stuff together. But I got 3 or 4 more builds I kind of want to try out before I go to bed tonight. I do want the rotation that he chose to go though. Like, is he doing like the rotation I'm doing, or is he doing something different? Joe, what's the highest damage on Marina right now? Right out, J Mac. Elevated, what's going on? What would you build? What would you build around Shadow Clone? Probably nothing. I would add Shadow Clone to stuff, but I wouldn't build around it per se. I think Shadow Clone goes pretty nicely with spam builds on row stuff, like let's say like spam barrage, spam, or like basic attack builds. Are really good with that. I guess I could do the overpower thing actually. Even though I don't overpower him often at all, but when it happens, it should be like massive. But I don't think I have any hex powers, do I? Which I can add a hex power though somewhere. I don't really need the frog. Do that, and then we'll throw like sure, because why not? That's pretty cool. Nah, but I mean, I guess the thing is that Shadow Clone is actually not useless anymore. I don't think like I wouldn't look at Shadow Clone being something that you build around, but more so of like it isn't like a meme anymore. There are some things that don't work with it anymore. Like what I noticed is that things like cast don't work with it anymore. Or not anymore, sorry, it doesn't work with it. So if there's, wow, that hurt. I dashed right into that. All right, yeah, things like cast or whatever, like if a buff says cast, well, what's killing me? That's like the second time I like died into that. Is it that thing? Really? That's weird. Anyways, yeah, so if there's a, okay, he was frozen that time. How did he get that attack off in time? But anyways, so yeah, if there's a buff that says cast, then yeah, you can't, the shadow clone doesn't get the benefit of it or whatever. Okay, I don't have Dark Shroud up yet. That's also part of the issue, but I guess I have to actually like pay attention. What I think about Shadow's Grass? It still has issues. The Shadow clone that comes from Shadow's Grass sometimes doesn't really attack in the same direction it should. And sometimes it just kind of stands there and does nothing every now and then. So, it's got some problems. So I don't really I honestly don't really see it being used by anything. Could be wrong, but like the ranks to marksman skills, especially for like random rails, would be quite nice if the clone wasn't so derpy. Unfortunately, the clone doesn't cast Arena of Arrows, so. You just cast Arena of Arrows twice and moves on. Yeah, sounds about right. That's pretty much all you really need to do. Remember this song? Yo, what is hitting me for that hard? I don't remember getting hit this hard. I mean, I don't mind it because, like I said, now I have to pay attention. But I wonder what it is. What did I do? Is it my barrier? Can't be my barrier. Barrier just keep falling. I wonder why. Well, I guess I don't really wonder why too much. I'm not casting as much, I guess, sometimes. But yeah, yep. So that slain by Snowy Slicer, is that him? Is it you? No, you're Firebrand. You're Snowy Slicer. What did you do? I'm curious. I wonder if it's like the hex I took, but it wouldn't make any sense. You saw a 26.6 trill. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that it's getting me killed a little bit here. I wonder if that's killing me. It's like, is the flames killing me? I have Persians already. Can I get like another hex? I guess hex is shattering. I guess it wouldn't be too bad. Get 20% damage reduction, but that's damage reduction. I'm gonna play PoE. Yeah, it's in the title. I know people tend to not necessarily read stream titles and all, but it's there. I promise you. But yeah. you like the way I play? Thanks, man. I'm definitely a very mechanical player, I guess you can say. I figure out how to like reach, like keep them in my aura, but also stay distant. It's actually kind of hard. Yeah, that. Either I'm blind or I am not seeing what's hitting me. Was it the lightning that got me, or could have been? Yeah, I just don't like. I guess it's a rude awakening because I haven't really been getting hit this hard. At least I don't recall getting hit this hard. On any of my random rails builds. But it seems like a newer thing that's happening. I don't really know what's causing it. Granted, I will say that I usually have more damage reduction versus close. Because of, you know, but Paragon's kind of prevented me from doing that. Actually, maybe I need to go back and. What up, decoy? What? Yeah. Isn't there a barrier real quick? Oh yeah, there is. But I'm saying what I'm saying is that when I played this on Eternal Realm, I never got one shot by anything on Eternal Realm. The same exact setup without the gems. Granted, I did have a little bit more toughness, tad bit more toughness, but like I wouldn't even like chewing through my barrier at all. Like my barrier just wouldn't even drop. And now it's kind of like I'm barely able to hang on to it. We just put a bunch of hours into Marvel Rivals. How was that? Let me see something. Oh, well, I guess my second win. I only had 2 points in the second win, but why? I also don't have fundamental Heartseeker. Whoops. All right. Let's do that. So we don't need innovation ranks. All right. Maybe that was it. I guess we'll see. Maybe just my barrier was just too low. Have a shot TB. I will tonight. It was fun. No Juggernaut or Gambit yet though, so 0 out of 10. No Gambit? What? Oh man, that's awful. Like you would think Gambit would be one of the first characters and you just throw cards, right? I mean, easy. You don't have to make up a power, like a range power for him or anything. He already has one. Twisted Blade so good. You think season 7? I'm assuming Poison and Alchemical and Mixture will still be the top Twisted Blades build for like pushing, but I think you could probably get away with doing like a physical close quarters combat for speed farming or whatever and like do pretty well. Okay, yeah, I kind of ran into that one. The gamer comes out, 52 pickup isn't his ult. And if 52 pickup isn't his ult, then we riot. So iconic, especially in the Marvel vs. Capcom games or whatever. Loved it. Loved it in Marvel Heroes Omega as well. Probably one of my favorite ultimates in the game. Or heroics, I guess you could say, in the game. So how do you get Infernal Horror Keys in PTR? Like, is it just Nightmare Dungeons or whatever? I have yet to see one drop in Pit. It also didn't drop when I tried to do a Whisper earlier either. Yeah, I haven't seen a single Infernal Horror Key. Which is really weird. So what are you getting your wife for Christmas? May I suggest a little cosplay outfit? She's like completely on the opposite side of the spectrum. She's definitely not like a waifu by any means. I would say like I'm more of like the creative, artistic, not I say she's creative, so I don't want to put it down there, but like when it comes to like the things that she does and even like what she does for her career, it's more like the practical stuff almost, like like corporate job. She gets work from home. Most of her hobby, like most of the things she likes to do is like like she has her favorite things on Netflix and things. She doesn't game, or she actually thinks games are repulsive. Her gaming is repulsive. So socks, you gotta get. Nah, but it's nah. What I like and what she likes are mostly in the complete opposite realm. Keep missing my rotation. There's a 35 trillion hit right there. I think I only really need to cast one Rain of Arrows actually. Like if I get the rotation right, I think one Rain of Arrows is enough. You think Fortnite is for degenerates? Yeah, pretty much. Gaming in general, period. It's not even the genre. It's just gaming in general. In fact, to be 100% honest with you, she might not like me saying this, but I'm gonna say it anyways, if she can even hear me. She really wasn't really into the whole like me streaming thing, in a sense, or she wasn't convinced that it can actually be like a decent thing that you can do. Like the whole idea of streaming a game and people watching someone stream a game is like very foreign and doesn't make any sense to her at all whatsoever. It wasn't until Blizzcon where she got a chance to meet other people and stuff And I guess also in July when she got a chance to meet like Barricade and some of the others, that she kind of had a better understanding of what this is about. Or whatever, but that's a lot. You said 8,000 people ahead of you right now in queue. Oh wow, a boss actually lived through one stagger. Okay, that was just me messing up the rotation. That's all that was. Can I enable the drops already? You need to gift this sub. I mean, are you going to be here tomorrow? You sure you're not going to be watching the other like thousands of other streamers playing?
Humans donated $5. Go get her some nice socks.
Humans do. You know what's funny though? She actually really does like socks though. Like she likes like the fuzzy socks. She wears them all the time. She's really big into socks. So when you said that, I wasn't just laughing because, you know, of the fact that, you know, you said socks, but the fact of the matter is that she actually does kind of like socks. She really likes socks. Ranger Nation. When you get as rich as Mr. Beast, she'll change her tune. I will say this much. I'll say this much. Like, I did take her out like for her birthday last year, or someone like really nice last year, like a kind of like a surprise thing. And it was actually with the money that I made from doing the Blizzard videos that I did, the game guide videos I did on YouTube for Blizzard. I did like 3 of those, and the pay was actually quite ridiculous. So I showed her what it was and whatnot. Well, I didn't really show her what it was initially, but when I took her out for her birthday, or whatever like that, and we went places, you know, I was just like, get what you want, spend, you know, we can spend whatever you want, kind of thing. I had a budget still, but she didn't know what the budget was. I put it that way. So let's just say, and I told her, I said the reason why we can afford this, honestly, is because of the money I made from doing content. So. Which honestly at the time it was just, you know, doing stuff for Blizzard, but still, like she kind of got the idea, is like, wow, you're able to afford this with that. I'm like, yeah. And there's like way more left from where that came from. Obviously, like that's like a one-off type thing, whatever like that. I don't make nearly like that much doing regular content as I did doing those 3 videos from Blizzard, but still. Point being is that like opportunities like that like arises and things, and keep trying to tell her, I'm like, hey, you know, as per GG devs on Discord, the queue is inconsequential. Queue will be reset after patches on live, or after patches are deployed before launch. Stop turning your head out and go to sleep. I kind of figured that. That's actually why I actually stopped downloading, because like I was like, okay, if I keep downloading, I'm not gonna be able to stream tonight. I'll just finish my download later. I don't think it's gonna really matter. Actually, I don't even really need to cast 2 random arrows. Except when I get the situation here where he's still alive, but... I'm gonna do the Piranado next. Play button disabled, well, of course. Whoa, why did I do no damage on him? Okay, there we go. Scared to say. Yeah, I gotta figure out what the big spikes of like between my damages are. Besides that one aspect I got, but I don't really think it's just that. Let's play with it with a different wish power. Do that. Can you join for P-level your glyphs? This is PTR. So if you're playing PTR, then all your glyphs should be max level anyways. Just Steam was streamlined. I preloaded and played. It's on TD. I can't. Yeah. So I actually was gonna just kind of. Well, I kind of did do a little bit of that, and I realized that it wasn't like it was taking longer than the timer said it was gonna take. So I was just like, okay, well, yeah, screw that. I'll just finish it later. I think I'm at the point where it's kind of at this point, I'm gonna need minions for the boss, or like the faster kill. Or faster speed farm, I put it that way. He said, yeah, over 20 trill. There was like a 35 trill hit, I think, at one point. The highest I've seen. A shot must be double, triple that, right? No. Nope. Not even close. You gotta think about all the multipliers random arrows have now. That's kind of what it is. It's not the precision key passive, I'll put it that way. No, pin shot is definitely not single target. Pin shot is AoE. It's terrible single target. Is that skill new? It's a witch power. I gotta stop spamming because I'm not getting my precision stats that way. With their leg glasses on? Alright, that'd be next run. Oh, I'm seeing that now. Okay. Some of my stacks are not going off like they should. Yeah. All right, so I'm at the limit where basically the boss fights are going to require minions at that point for speed farming. So about 125 roughly with my gear level, which is pretty papega on seasonal. But anybody know where I can get a Nightmare Dungeon key? Not key, Infernal Horrors key, so I can actually get scrolls, so I can actually temper for other builds. Every time I hear the song, all you can think about is Rush Hour. I know, right? Canadian, what's going on? Think Hell Ties is the only way, really? To try Whisper? I did try Whispers. That's the thing. I did 2 Whispers and like nothing. But I think Canadian might be right. I think it might just be through the chest of Whispers now, or the chest or whatever. So I guess we'll just go to Helltide then. You got a ton doing piss on live or on PTR? Because on live I did. On PTR I haven't gotten a single one. They did make some changes. I just don't recall what the changes are. In PTR, Really? Alright, well, we'll cop some hell ties then. I don't have any hearts. Because it's so I have most of the gear I need to play other builds, but I can't temper anything. Well, I cannot temper anything, but like I can't reset my tempers if something screws up because I don't have any scrolls. So it just feels weird right now. Got a couple from the Coven thing next to the tree. By doing what? Oh, like the rewards or whatever. Oh, the green hell tides. I think got PoE2s coming out, never logging into D4, bro. I've heard that one before. Could be true, but I've definitely heard that statement before. This year, matter of fact. All you've been doing is green outside, really enjoying it. The only problem right now with me doing any other content besides Pit is that if I'm like testing and providing feedback, none of the content is challenging enough in the game that gives me a sense of how a build is performing in terms of like power is concerned, like relative power versus from one build to another. And Pit's really the only thing, unfortunately. So while I would like to do the other stuff like Infernal Horde and the green hell tide or green tide, I guess green tide. They don't really offer. Oh, whoops! I keep killing them before they get to the thing. Oh, clutch! They don't offer enough challenge in which they don't get one-shotted with stuff for me to go, oh yeah, this kind of struggles with this, or this is having a problem with this kind of thing. And like that's. I mean, I kind of talked about why that's an issue already, but your job is to explore builds. My job is to explore the future playability of a season. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. It's a fair assessment. I will say that I don't know if I'm going to really enjoy this rotation on whatever else for like an entire season though. I don't know what they can do to really fix it or change it or do anything to it in a sense. But I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't really need fixing, I guess. I don't know. But like it's far better than like doing it any other way. How playable does it look? What do you mean? You mean Rain of Arrows or? I mean watching you play Rain of Arrows while I stay away on PoE2. You think I'm going directly into Rain of Arrows on Deadeye Ranger or whatever? I don't know what I'm gonna do, honestly. I have no idea. Well, everybody keeps saying there's so much build variety and like build choices and stuff. So why is everyone going for Rain of Arrows? I was told that lots and lots of things work. So if that's the case, I should be able to like throw on pretty much anything. Ish, as long as I support it with the right stuff. It's very strong. Is it just like mathematically strong? Is that the case? Like mapping it out from when people have seen the ascendancies or whatever? Okay, well, that sort of like kind of kills a little bit of my momentum there, because it's like I kind of want to try a bunch of things, not like be one of like thousands of people playing Rain of Rails because people heard it's really good. Viper, a dev said you can get Rain of Rails for like 1 minute. When you said get Rain of Rails for 1 minute, what does that mean? Talk to me like I'm 5. I mean, like it lasts for a minute, or you can get it like that fast, like, or something. It lasts a minute? What? Okay. That's okay. It is not intentional. So are they gonna patch that out on like day one, or are they gonna let it ride for a bit? Okay, cool. I'm gonna play PoE2. Yeah. Oh, I see, Professor. You said I think the vast majority would get bored of it after about a week. You mean like the season 7? I think it probably has a little bit more playability than that. I'd probably give it 2 weeks, honestly. About 2 weeks, like a blaster about 2 weeks or whatever, maybe. How does this build work? What's the rotation? I don't think you really want to know the rotation. If you want to be 100% honest with you. Let's just say Heartseeker, Smoke Grenade, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, rinse and repeat in that order. You mess the order up, you deal a lot less damage. Also throw a cow traps in there somewhere. I need to figure out a more intuitive way to play this, and I have yet to do so. But I can't think of anything because with the new multipliers for Rain of Arrows, you're kind of forced to take a board that has a buffed multiplier. Yo, why do I still not have a key? I figured the mystery chest would drop a key, no? In front of Horror's key, no? I mean, I play this way. You kind of can do a 1-to-1 spam thing if you want to do it like kind of like we did in season 6, but just do it with Barrage instead. But I mean, your output is going to be quite a bit lower than someone else who's doing like the correct rotation. It still might be better than most rogue builds, even if you do 1-to-1. That's the funny thing, if they leave it the way it is. But you know, you're gonna see, you know, videos of people doing the right rotations, aka I'll have a video as well, and you're gonna be like, why am I not hitting for as many trillions of damage as this guy is? Why I'm only hitting for like 500 billion or 600 billion when I'm hitting like 20 trillion, and it's the rotation. I have enough data left to download PoE2 or watch the stream. I mean, go get the download, man. You can catch me tomorrow. Am I playing the new season? Well, this is PTR right now. Is that what you mean? If so, yes. You don't got a lot to kick it. Yeah. Only reason why I'm here is just literally to get a front of hordes thing. I can't even successfully do that. I've done like 20 something pits and have not seen a single one of those drop. So I did open the 250 chest. It was the mysterious chest. Which one did you open? I opened this one right here, mysterious chest. The gift of mysterious mysteries, and I've gotten no Inferno Horde keys. Maybe Nightmare Dungeons? I don't know. I'm gonna just do a random chest over here. Open 3 others and nothing. All right, well let's do some science. Oh, I don't even have enough for that one. Cause I'm trying to like retemper stuff now. Like now that I did random rails up to about 130, I got an idea of like how that feels. Kind of want to go do something else now. Yep, nothing on these either. Alright, screw Helltide. We're going somewhere else. Nightmare Dungeon, here we go. Well, I was trying to say on December 3rd, people got to test the new Season 7. Oh, well, yeah, this is PTR. PTR is Public Test Realm. So this is Season 7 testing, if you want to put it that way. It goes on for a week, basically. But I'm only going to do it for 3 days because it's Path of Exile tomorrow. When do you send it that way? I didn't understand. No, okay, so on December 3rd, you can download the PTR, which is the Public Test Realm, which allows you to be able to test the Season 7 season mechanics and things, which is what you see right now. You see the aura and stuff. This is because of witch powers from Season 7. And you can play on the test realm. So it's not a one-day thing. It's up for a week. So that's what I'm doing right now. Am I gonna play Ranger? Yep. Okay, the treasure room did not give me any Infernal Horror keys. How's roll for season 7 versus season 6? Definitely better overall. I think Dance of Knives might have gotten worse. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because I haven't seen it with the seasonal powers, but without the seasonal powers, it's actually worse than what it was in season 6. So I don't know. I will say most things have gotten better though. Rain of Arrows is bonkers right now. Basically you can speed farm 125s right now. 3.5 minute 125s roughly. So hitting for trillions. Death Trap is actually doing pretty well too, and I don't think it actually has all of its multipliers enabled right now. I don't think the core skill thing is working correctly. If it does, I think it might be able to hang with how strong Rain of Rails is. Shadow Clone is actually decent. It's not great, but it's decent. It's no longer a meme, and you kind of do want them in a large portion of builds. So overall, you know, a positive for Rogue. Close quarters combat is also not bad either. I think it's also like double dipping ish. It's doing like 25%. I think it has like a 25% base, whereas that wasn't the case before. Almost like how Precision has it, has a 50% base that it multiplies off of before stacking. So you have PlayStation 5, so I don't think I can. No, yeah, you're not able to do it. It's only on PC Battle.net client that you can do the PTR. Alright. Give me a key. Wow. Jerk. Alright. Really, like, this is like sucking the wind out of me wanting to test certain things. Because I gotta temper quite a few things right now. And I can't do it with can't do it. At least not effectively without the Scrolls of Restoration. I wonder if... Yeah, see, I grabbed all these already, and none of these contained the stuffs. Because I can't grab any of these. What happened to the characters that you were doing last season? How does that work? It's a different realm. So when they say PTR, it's public test realm. So this is a whole different like server than the one on live. So the thing on live still works the way it's still happening. This is just another test server just for the test itself. You can import your character from live to here. Okay, Chaos. Let me see if Chaos actually gives me what I'm looking for. Come on. Okay, Nightmare Dungeon thing. Oh, I heard something. I don't know what it was, but it looks like no Infernal Horror key still. Yo, for real? Like for real, for real. Come on. Wait, what is this? Silent Ruth hold. Tier 8. Okay. They would do 90 with Flurry. The season should be the first push further. You have to start fishing roughly around that point. So yeah, you should be able to push further. But when I mean by pushing, I mean like fishing. Let's do this one. That's a new dungeon? Okay, yeah, I haven't done this shit before. Not that it matters, because everything's gonna get one-shotted anyway. Ow. Oh, that's right. So potion stuns me. So I can't use my own potion. I'm stunned. We're doing it. I was like, how did I get stunned so quickly so much? Okay, use a potion right there. Yep, there it is. Stunned. Okay. I still haven't seen other thing. All right, your rewards. Fishing, yeah. Yeah, so if you don't know what fishing is, then you definitely haven't pushed yet. I know it's kind of confusing because like the game doesn't really explain any of that to you because it's a thing that we just adopted since like the Diablo 3 days for greater rift pushing. Fishing is when you basically open a map or a rift or whatever, and if it's a bad map or doesn't have a good mob type on the first floor, you leave and then you try again. Or basically you get to a point where there's only like 1 or 2 bosses that are playable. So like if you don't get Spirit Caller or Resurrected Malice on most builds, then you have to leave. Like you just won't clear. That's fishing. So yeah, if you haven't been doing any of that, then you haven't really been pushing quite yet. You just been playing normally, which means that like you can obviously you can definitely go higher than 90 if you know what you're looking for. I keep grabbing these thinking that maybe a key would drop. Just maybe. Wrong PTR, yep. Trying to play some other builds. If I can get some scrolls of restoration. Can you trade those? Like, can you actually trade the scrolls? How's it so far? It's alright. I actually think the witch powers are actually kind of neat. So I do think that they did pretty decent with the witch powers. I am still concerned about like them not doing more for the horizontal progression content that we have right now. We only have one vertical progression thing, and that's pits. So like as we get stronger and stronger, it just feels very everything just kind of feels very one-shotty or very like way too easy in the T4 realm of things. So there's only one thing that just kind of becomes challenging, and that's just pits, and pits are not everybody's favorite thing to do, me included. So because they haven't really done anything to address that, all the new toys that we're getting, which is not, it's not bad. Like what they've done so far isn't bad. It's just that we're doing them in the same environment, the same broken environments that has pretty much no vertical progression. So it's kind of like new toys great, and then like 2 weeks you're just like complaining about the same things again. So I'm sure they'll probably do more with it later on, but it's just kind of rough at the moment. Where there's not even bug fixes to these game types, which is, as you notice, if you've been on my stream long enough, I really hate the amount of bugs that are in this game. So like not even any bug fixes to pit bosses, pit stuff, infernal horde boons, or not, getting any rebalancing or whatnot. So even if you're not adding vertical progression, at least fix the bugs. And it's just like, I don't know. So when I'm testing builds and stuff, I'm testing it in one content, and that's pit, because that's the only thing challenging enough to give me an idea of where the build may fare versus other builds in terms of relative power, because that's just what it is. Oh yeah, I don't have any boss mats because they're okay. So I'm not being all negative about it. Like I said, I do think that some of the things that they're adding are actually pretty good, but there is a but obviously to it. It's just, you need to fix the bugs in the game, man. I don't know how else to really say it, man. Fix the bugs, and then maybe the horizontal progressional content would feel better, and I'd be more willing to want to blast them in a sense. Just download Diablo 4. I was wondering what class you consider picking. Something easy and fun to get started. At the moment, I'd probably just play Spiritborn Cloud for season 6. I make room for PoE2, so I couldn't miss it this time. Yeah, the PoE2 doesn't force them to develop more end game, then it's gonna be rough. It's probably definitely going to shake up how they manage the game, which is sorely needed, for sure. Diablo needs a real map system for dungeons where you can upgrade and juice your maps for difficulty rewards. Project Diablo 2 does a great job of this with multiple ways to upgrade your maps, so you get like bonus density, magifying, monster rarity in events. I feel like the mega power jump from Spiritborn ruined a lot of stuff. It did. I feel like horror could be horizontal. No, it is horizontal. Everything right now is basically horizontal progression. Vertical progression is when it is giving you something to look forward to as your character gets stronger and stronger. Once you get to T4, your character kind of like a decent an okay geared character at this point in season 7 on the PTR can slam anything, right? Actually, sorry, you meant vertical. Yeah, it's just, but the thing about it is that they can. So like, I'm sure they want to, but I wonder what's either, for one, taking them so long, or two, what's stopping them. That and bug fixes, especially considering that your other competitors have better vertical progression than you do. Hell, even your previous installment has better vertical progression. Like the predecessor has a better um vertical progression. D4 has better horizontal progression than D3. But D4 definitely has worse vertical progression than Diablo 3, and that's not really saying much, to be honest. But that does look kind of bad. Not kind of bad. It does look bad. And I can't get in front of her keys. I can't get the scroll to do the thing. Okay, but D3 got it by like season 16. Yeah, it took him a while to really get it going, but that's also because they also stopped developing. Like they kind of like moved on to a different project because they basically saw Diablo 3 as like a failed project. Basically, like that's the reason why they didn't release the second expansion, or they stopped working on the second expansion of Diablo 3 and just gave us the remains of it via the Necro class and some maps or whatever. And I think also the cube slot was part of that. That equation too. But yeah, like they like Blizzard gave up on Diablo 3, like in my opinion, too early. But and then what they ended up doing was hiring a new dev team, a small dev team, to continue to work on D3 throughout the end, and they did a pretty good job of like keeping the game going and like having decent season concepts and a new set for every class. And I think they did a pretty good job. Like if they were probably at, I'm gonna say at the helm, but if they were like in, there, like maybe towards the start of D3, we might have had a better overall experience. But I don't know. But yeah, but I guess the thing is that sure, it took D3 years to get it right. But the point is that because it took you years to get it right, you knew why it was wrong. You knew why it was bad. So you should have a better starting point. I'm not saying that this should be like perfect going into D4 by any means, but like you should have a better starting point. Appreciate the sub. But I guess what I'm saying is that like you have a better starting point to what works and what doesn't. I mean, even Diablo Immortal has taken what Diablo 3 did in a sense and made it better with a better starting point. And that was a mobile game. So it makes it hard to understand why the much bigger project Diablo 4 didn't get some of those same learnings, I guess you could say, going forward. Granted, again, I know the development was in turmoil most of the time. I get it, but I guess I was hoping that the expansion would add more vertical progression, and it didn't. Like Dark Citadel is neat, don't get me wrong, but there's no vertical progression there. It's still horizontal. You could add another horizontal thing to do. Did that team have some really bad? Oh yeah, it did. It for sure, for absolute sure. But I was just really hoping the expansion would change things. Would give you more to chew on to test your character in, other than just pit the same pits in a sense. Like pit didn't get any better, really, honestly, from season 5 to the expansion in season 6, which is very disappointing considering that that's the only vertical progression you got. But I'm sure we'll see it later on. I'm sure later on down the road it'll happen, and then when when management or upper management green lights them to do so, we'll see something. But until then, we're kind of like, we're kind kind of stuck with the horizontal progression we have right now. And like I kind of get it from a if you're looking at it from if you look at it from like upper management position right now, right? Like the majority of the player base right now is very casual. Right? Is casual. So like most of what we feel is horizontal progression for them might feel like vertical progression because they don't play a lot. They don't play nearly as much. So even getting to T4 is still like going from T1 to T4 is still that vertical progression for those people. And those people make up the majority of the player base of the game, which is so from a business standpoint, it might be one of those things where it's just like, oh, well, I mean, you know, people who are complaining about what I'm complaining about is like 3% of the player base, if that. And that's not like, I get it, but like, they listened to people and that was a mistake. Also very true. That's actually very true as well. There is truth to that. The game initially was supposed to be slower pace. Nightmare dungeons were actually really hard towards the beginning. They might have hit too hard because we just didn't have the gear to be able to mitigate any damage at all whatsoever. But I do think that the difficulty of the Nightmare dungeons were actually okay. At the time. Am I gonna play PoE2? Oh yeah, of course. He's got 3 compasses from Dungeon Key. Whisper Cache? Well, all classes got buff, Hakan, for season 7. PoE2 will push him to innovate. We hope. I mean, hopefully, because here's the thing: Path of Exile 2 can offer that type of like difficult content, difficult gameplay because they built their brand on things being hard. They didn't cater to like a bigger portion of the player base by making the game easy. They literally decided to leave it as it was, and if you liked it, cool. If you didn't, you moved on. So they can offer stuff like that and not lose like what makes their brand, you know, what makes part of their brand good. D4 kind of can't really do that because like the moment you introduce something hard, people complain. People get real pissy about it. Remember Lilith? Like Lilith was actually fun. If they just fixed the bugs and kept her as hard as she was, or make her even harder but just fix the bugs, I think that would have been a great fight to continue to keep doing. But no, they nerfed the hell out of her, and people still complain about her. You see what I'm saying? Like the complaints was the bugs. It wasn't just the bugs though. People were complaining. Like people were dying to things that weren't bug related. They were just getting hit by like the middle of the wave. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you're getting hit by the wave and it was like the hitbox was off. That's one thing. But people are just getting slaughtered by the middle of the wave. That's not a bug. That's just not understanding the mechanics, and people were upset about it. The wave was off the visual. Well, that's what I'm saying. People were getting hit by the middle of the wave, meaning like they just got hit by the whole thing. I do know that the visual thing was off for sure. Yes, I do agree with that. And that was annoying. Whoops, sorry. I think I was lurking in someone's channel and they raided out. Yeah. But point being is that like there were people who were not complaining about the bugs. They were more so complaining about how the fight being hard. Like the people who knew what the bugs were trying to find a way to get around it, and we made attempts, like hundreds of attempts to try to kill her with a, you know, I guess an ethical build like that. But Lilith is a great example of how many people like of you know, people really complaining about the difficulty of Lilith, and she didn't even give you any gear. She was just there just to be there. So it's not like you had to do her at the time, unless you just wanted the achievement. but so many people ask for carries to get Lilith killed. Also, Canadian, yeah, you can invite me. Sorry. Actually, what's your battle tag? I may not have you on my friends list. The round choices came out too early. Oh, you mean you said during the Horde this season? Yeah. H Crit, what's going on, man? How you feeling? You afraid they're gonna left D4 same as they did D3? They're not, because the next expansion is already in development. Diablo 5 is also probably already in development. They've already spent money on a long term one on like Diablo 4 and beyond. The timeline's already on that track. So I don't think they're gonna do what they did in D3. They've already spent so many advertisement dollars on Diablo 4. It's insane. Diablo 5 is in development. Yeah. The only way for Diablo 5. So I put it this way. The only way for, they said it actually a few times, where basically the installments between games won't be nowhere near as long as it was. You know how it took 7 years for D2 to D3, and then what, 10 years for D3 to D4. The only way to really like make a game of this magnitude is to spend about what, 4 or 5 years in like development at the minimum, meaning that if they want D5 to come out in a reasonable time, they have to start now. So I'm pretty sure that there's a team already kind of like doing concepts and things for that. They're not like maybe full-fledged into development, but they're like starting the groundwork already. Ready for Ranger and PoE2 tomorrow? I wouldn't say I'm ready. I haven't like looked up anything, so I'm kind of going in blind, but I'm excited for it. Also, Canadian, I just sent you a request. I don't know if you got it. They're waiting to log in PoE to do some research. But I will say this though. For those who, you know, are on the train of, you know, PoE2 is gonna destroy D4, etc. Right? I think the thing to remember, Ugly, but I appreciate that get this stuff. The thing to remember is that there's so many casuals in Diablo 4 that doesn't look at the social media stuff or social outlets or read upon anything, that like D4 is still gonna have a pretty massive player base in that area of players. Now maybe the more staunch player, or the more like blaster type player, or a more serious player, will definitely like, you know, play PoE2 and give that a shot and whatnot. But like I would say your typical D4 casual may not even know that PoE2 is actually a thing right now, because they might play 2 or 3 times a week. They're not looking at anything. They're probably like still in T3, you know, just hit T4. They're still enjoying whatever builds and classes they're playing. So they still have progression. So they're still like playing the game as if like they have things to do. They're not like us in a sense of like we play multiple hours a day, you know, and therefore we breeze through all the stuff that is available to play in the game, and then we have nothing else to do. And so we are intrigued by PoE2, obviously, for all the things that's coming with that, and all the excitement and all the gameplay footage and whatever like that. Like, we're not the majority. You know what I mean? We're not the majority of the D4 player base. We're like a very small slice of the pie. However, we are a very loud small part of the pie. Very, very loud, small part of the pie, right? So it makes it seem like there's a lot of us. But compared to how many people, you know, the average player, we're like maybe what 4 to 5% of the player base, maybe, that typically logs into Diablo 4. Like, we're very small. Okay, maybe not 5. Maybe I'd probably give maybe 10 to 15% of the player base. We're probably that at most. The tiniest screen, the loudest. Yep. That's the reason why I'm like. That's the reason why I'm saying like PoE2 would do great. You know, if, you know, given that everything goes well with, you know, early access and stuff. I mean, they'll do wonderful, but it's not gonna kill D4. D4 is still gonna do its thing. People who like the pacing of D4 and still have progression to go are still gonna play some D4. And they might like the, you know, the ease of being able to get into a game like that versus PoE2, which is going to be a lot more challenging and less unforgiving, and considerably less forgiving. And for people who only maybe play, you know, 3 or 4 hours a week, they may not like that. I mean, if they did, they'd play Elden Ring or like, you know, like other like Souls, you know, Souls-like games or whatever. But it's funny though, because I did complain quite a bit towards the beginning of the game, like when the game launched, about some of the things in the game, and now I'm kind of wishing they would have kept some of that. Honestly, the Elden Ring has been played mostly by casuals, so they're still interested in the content. Actually, the funny thing about it is that I think who was it? Someone said that Elden Ring was probably the easiest of the Souls likes that has come out in the recent. So maybe that's why. Like, if you want to get into Souls, like, Elden Ring is probably the easiest of all of them. Like, I mean, it's still hard, but it's like compared to other Souls likes. Die still believe in D4 would be good. I never, none of what I said in this conversation had anything to do with that. I'm just saying the idea of a game living or dying or being played. D4 is a good game, period. It's flawless progression. It's also very buggy. That's kind of that's like my biggest problem with it. The progression is like the second biggest issue I have with it, but the first biggest issue is that it's extremely buggy. But yeah. Wait till season 8, season 9 would be good. Though to me, Diablo 4 was dead the moment they stopped following their own directions. So, how do I pronounce your name? Is it Sampa? Sampa? I'm gonna say Sampa or whatever. Sampa Wendy? Sampa Wendy? Is that how I say it? Can you explain to me like what you mean by their directions, their own directions? I think I have an idea what you're talking about, and I think we might be on the same page with it. But I'm curious to know what you feel that was. mean, a slower, darker pace. Thank you. Thank God. I agree with that. I'm gonna call my boy out. I love Rax. I love Rax. Rax a homie. Okay. But even Rax himself really played into the game needs more density. We just want to run through and, like, you know, blast through a bunch of stuff. You know, killing lots of stuff really quickly and stuff. Like, he championed for that. Not saying that they listened to him, but I mean, I'm not saying that's where that came from. So, like, I'm not indicating that whatsoever. But what I'm saying is, like, even Rax was wanting more of that, right? And I do kind of find it interesting now. Is like, Rax is excited for the slower gameplay and pace of Path of Exile 2 when we kind of had that in D4. Not to that extent. I think the way Path of Exile is doing it, at least from the gameplay videos, does it better. Again, just watching the gameplay videos. But D4 was also a little slower and methodical initially as well. And I liked it that way. The game wasn't really designed for this amount of density, which is why the elites feel the way that they do. Where sometimes we either at least blasting it or we just get gimped because the elites have so many different affixes and whatever that they were designed to have to, you know, you have to care about them. There was, you know, so you weren't trying to, like, gather like 15 or 16 elites in like a pack or whatever. Like, the game wasn't initially designed around it at all whatsoever. So now they're having to kind of redesign the gameplay pacing of the game when they added more density and kind of made it more of a, you know, speedy-ish. J Mac, I just read your comment. You're not. You're right. Yeah, Diablo 4 did the old bait and switch with how to advertise the gameplay for the game and then immediately changed it. Yeah, I'm saddened by that. They should have just stuck to whatever that design was and just continue to develop the game versus, you know, caving into the I mean, I guess you can call them, I don't want to call them crybabies, but like, Diablo 4 was supposed to be different than Diablo 3, you know, like, or, you know, the whole, like, kind of like one-shotting stuff, zooming around stuff. It was supposed to be different than that. That was the idea. Diablo 4 had other problems early in its life, but that wasn't one of them. Like, the idea that, you know, slower, you know, more methodical combat was not the problem. It had many other problems, but it wasn't that. So 1 million keys redeemed, should Blizzard be concerned? No, not really. I mean, keep in mind, last Epoch on day one had 800,000 people watching on Twitch. Just gonna put that out there. I'm sure Path of Exile is probably gonna break 1 million viewers on Twitch. Not that I like to use Twitch numbers as like a reference, but I will say that blasters and people like blasters leaving the game for Path of Exile 2, the company isn't really gonna care about. But if a large portion of the casual player base leaves Diablo 4 for PoE2, then there's a case for concern for the Blizzard executives, because that's where their money really is. The money isn't with us, the people who actually play a lot. The money is from the casuals who, you know, only have like maybe a couple of days a week to play, a couple of hours, and might, you know, spend some money in the cosmetic shop for like a cool transmog or whatever. That's where you know, their earnings are coming from. So if PoE2 takes a lot of those casuals away, per se. Let's just say PoE2 is a lot more casual friendly and those guys are enjoying it, then there's reason for concern. But 1 million early access or whatever, like, those are great numbers, don't get me wrong. I'd be surprised to see as many casuals stick around. Given how difficult the game is supposed to be versus other action RPGs. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but the gameplay does not look forgiving. And I love that. But for someone that might only want to play a couple of days a week, that might not be for them. Even if they like the game, they may not feel like, well, I'm not going to, be able to invest that many hours for me to be able to progress past a point where I'm not getting 1 or 2 shotted. You see what I'm saying? And that's where Diablo 4, comes in, where it's like they can jump in and, not be challenged in that same way. You can choose your difficulty per se, whereas Path of Exile 2, you kind of can't. Am I playing PoE2? Oh, heck yeah. Even some PoE1 players aren't like that. Exactly. But right now, the amount of downloads are right now, or the reaching over 1 million or like that. I mean, the hype is real. You got so many content creators also like selling the game. You got, obviously GGG has a very good reputation, so there's that too. So you got that plus hype. And good gameplay trailers and a very good live stream demo of the game. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of hype coming around it. Rack's going Sword, Woody going Merc. Oh, Woody's going Merc now? I thought he was saying I thought he was going Ranger. I'm going Ranger. There's all the outside filters and stuff now in the game. What do you mean by outside filters? Cherry, what's going on? Doesn't need to step up the creativity, honestly. 2 uniques for 1 class, same skill. Ball lightning totems. That's the one thing I will say I really like about Last Epoch skill tree, man. Like Last Epoch's, I feel like the way Last Epoch is done, it should be like the standard, honestly, for action RPGs. Personally, not saying that I dislike what I've seen from PoE2 in terms of their skill tree. I still think Last Epoch has done it the best in the genre when it comes to the skill tree. The way Last Epoch skill tree connects different skills together, so it is really good. It is so good. I honestly wish D4 has something like that. D4 skill tree just feels very, very bland. I was actually even I was disappointed when I first saw it. Like when I first saw it in in-game beta, I was just like, surely there's more than this coming, right? This can't be it. And the game launched, and yeah, it was it. And 1.5 years later is still pretty much it. With, a couple of additions, but I mean, I blame that one guy who puts 5 points into each race's skill. Yeah. I will say this though, like I'll never be that guy. I usually try to be fair with my criticism. As you can see, like there are definitely things on D4 I really don't like, but I'm never gonna be that person where I'm gonna sit there and say that there's nothing good that comes out from D4, because that's actually not true for sure. There are definitely a few really good things about D4. Obviously they get overshadowed by the things that we tend to want to complain about, but if Lassie Park had D4 endgame and some of PoE's endgame, to be honest with you though, I mean, you look at like Lassie Park's systems are pretty much being like being borrowed by some of the other action RPGs. Like, granted, some of the Diablo 4 stuff, like, you know, the greater affix stuff like that was actually something that was somewhat done in Diablo 3, but just in a different format. But most people remember it from Lassie Park because Lassie Park did it, like, and it's probably closer to that system than it was in D3. So you can almost argue that D4 kind of got the idea from Lassie Park. People, at least that's the argument that people usually make. Then there's PoE2's endgame is actually pretty similar to, or some borrow ideas from Lassie Park 2 as well. I don't know if anyone's caught that. So besides graphics, what does D4 do, right? Definitely the combat. I honestly think the combat is better in Diablo 3, but it's still really good. Like, it's still really, really good. Like, it's actually one of the things that kept me from playing Path of Exile originally, because the combat in Path of Exile was just not, in my opinion, just really wasn't good. Even Jonathan even kind of admitted that indirectly when he made a comment about asking people who didn't like Path of Exile what was their reasoning for not wanting to play it, and a significant portion of them said the combat. So, like, it's not me just saying that. Like, even the co-founder actually, like, kind of felt bad because he was like, yeah. And then obviously the combat in PoE2 is significantly different than Path of Exile 1, which is a great thing. But yeah, there's that. There's accessibility. There's crossplay. Some of the horizontal content isn't bad for, like, a person who doesn't have a lot of time. Put it that way. Like, for someone who doesn't blast a lot, the content available isn't really terrible. To be honest with you, it's bad for those of us who spend a lot of hours in the game because we don't have much to do afterwards. But for the average typical individual, it's actually not in a bad spot. Which is why Rod actually said, which people kind of took out of context, but, you know, when, you know, Rod's saying, you know, that, you know, he feels like the game is in a pretty good spot like that. That's more from a casual perspective and not a blaster's perspective. We don't feel the way that Rod feels, but he may not be wrong if you're including the casual player base. See what I'm saying? So I won't agree with his take as a player, but I can see it from more of a casual perspective. ARPG should not cater to those with lack of time. Well, I'll put it to you this way here, Heresy. I'll put it this way, Heresy. Let's put it this way. If you are a company, a super big corporation company, and your job is to make money, because that's the only reason why corporations exist, is to make money. How best do you make money? Do you cater to the 5% of players, or do you cater to the 95% of players? I'm not saying I agree with that. So let me make sure that I make it clear that I don't necessarily agree with it as a player. Okay? But if you look at it from a corporation standpoint, what is going to yield you the most money? By making it accessible so everybody can get into it. Then why did GGG stick to their route? Because they didn't really care about that initially. They weren't out to try to make money because GGG isn't a big corporation. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Since Blizzard became a big corporation with Activision at the time, they became really big. The focus went from making great games to about making money. I mean, this is just business 101 here. Okay? Keep in mind, Blizzard didn't shy away from making hard games before. Blizzard has made hard games before. But they also did it back when they were smaller, when they weren't a big corporation. Remember StarCraft? Do you know how hard StarCraft was? Like, do you know how difficult it is of a barrier of entry to play StarCraft? And even StarCraft 2? Like, so it's not like Blizzard can't make difficult games. Or games that are, you know, hard or require skill or whatever. They certainly can. Right? When you get to a certain size and investors and profit margins start to take over, then the philosophy of how you make your games or whatever like that changes too. It goes beyond the devs and more into how the company and you know, the teams are managed. You see what I'm saying? Again, this isn't about whether I agree or disagree. What I'm saying is the higher ups generally don't care if a game is good or not as long as it sells. The Diablo 4 has already made their money, plus more. So I'm just saying. It already did. So, like, for the higher ups for them, it's like, oh, well, this is successful because it made money. They're not looking at our comments and being like, oh, well, this guy is saying that, you know, Rogue needs, you know, this to be, you know, Pin Shot needs to be better. Or like, they don't care about that. The higher ups don't care about that. I can say what I want, right? And be like, yo, this is not good. There's no vertical progression. There's only one vertical progression, and that one's bad. There's a ton of bugs. And then they look at their quarterly earnings and go, but we're still making money. So why should I care? Skipping PoE2? No. Does anybody ever read the stream titles anymore or nah? Like, legit, it's in my stream title. it's literally in my stream title. What is what comment? But you see what I'm saying though? So like again, I'm not saying one is right and one is wrong. I'm just giving it to you as it is. Blizzard is under a massive corporation right now, in which they can't make the games the way they used to in the past. Back when we all fell in love with Blizzard over a decade ago. So honestly, I really think that like, you know, instead let them burn. I mean, I don't really think it's the people down at the bottom of the totem pole's fault. I mean, they just want to do whatever they're passionate about doing. It just kind of sucks that there's so much red tape involved in doing what you're doing for a big corporation that they need to get out of that if they want to be able to be more creative again. That's why you had top talents that left, because they can no longer be themselves anymore. They can no longer create the way that they used to create. Right? So big names that has been, you know, with the industry or been with Blizzard for years, you know, they say, you know what, I had enough of it, because they can't make or develop games the way that they used to. Yes, I have no sympathy for the devs who work hard and are passionate about making games. I guess I don't think people really understand how the business really works. I think that's probably the bigger thing. Like it's. I'm not gonna sit there and say that the devs don't make bad decisions. Of course, all devs do in some way, shape, or form. There's always bad decisions or perceived bad decisions, depending on whether you like them or not, right? But just about every dev is pretty passionate about what they do, because the industry sucks. Pay-wise, you know, it's awful. Like, the hours are awful. The crunch time is absolutely atrocious. Like, game devs don't get paid jack, man. Blizzard just makes way more than others. I wouldn't say that that's true either. I think you're just kind of fanboying now, but I'm trying to give you the business side of things. And you really think it's like the lowly devs that are the issue here, or that are 100% of the issue here. And that's just kind of fanboying here. I will say this though. You can even like listen to, like, I'll put it this way. You can listen to Path of, like, since you've been paying a lot of attention to Path of Exile's content, right? Listen to the interviews that Jonathan gives, right? And, you know, to all these content creators. He's not having to sit there and like talk around topics. There is no PO, whatever. He said, "Am I not fanboying D4 then?" Bro, I just gave you a bunch of complaints about D4. What are you talking about? Literally, I've been complaining about D4 for like an hour and some change now. How is that fanboying? No. He can talk. Let him cook, or attempt to. I mean, nobody have to eat his dishes or not, you know, his food or whatever. But you know, he can cook. Let him cook. He can sure cook. You know, it'll be like that potato salad that no one wants at the barbecue or whatever, that he might have spent time cooking. But I mean, let him cook. let him cook. But there's no way that you can sit there and say that me complaining about this game for the past hour and some change, and then like I say that the problems are not all on the devs' heads. Not all on the devs, I put it that way. And you say some, I said not all, and all of a sudden I'm fanboying. Again, business 101. It's not even just Blizzard. Take any major gaming studio that's owned by a mega corporation goes through the same problem. Cyberpunk 2077, you guys remember Cyberpunk? Remember that? Like, you know how like well loved and respected of a studio? Remember? And then all of a sudden when it came out, how it was received, everybody, not just everybody, but the internet flipped out and blamed all the developers for the atrocity that was the release of Cyberpunk. But they were all beloved and everything until then. But everyone was real quick to blame the devs for what happened on that, when it wasn't the devs' fault at all. But that's just because people don't understand how it works. Well, yeah, it's great now because they had the time to do what they need to do. The company that they were under basically wanted to maximize profit margins by releasing a game during the winter holidays to make money. That's all they cared about. That's all the people that were above them cared about. That was it. See, I've been sticking up for a greedy AAA game company. No, I haven't. I've been sticking up. Honestly, I've been sticking up for the devs, not the corporation. If you've been listening to anything I said, you will notice that like I'm more so on the dev side than I am the corporation side. I've yet to stick up for the company at all. Like the overall company, corporation, or like that, I have yet to stick up to him. He's not listening to me. If it's not anything other than D4 bad, he doesn't want to hear what I have to say about it, and that's fine. But I have yet to stick up for the company, the corporation. But I stick up for the devs, not the corporation. In fact, I literally just went on like a 10-15 minute rant about corporations being the problems in games. Literally. If you don't understand how business works, that's okay. That's okay. You can call me whatever. From what I remember, it started out really positive and then it went downhill, but was still standings. So like, here's the thing with the Cyberpunk devs. Here's what I didn't like. Here's what I didn't like. People were like sending death threats to these devs. I still only gotten 2 scrolls. That's funny. People were sending death threats to the devs in the studio that worked on that game. Because people just don't get it. People don't understand how it works. And like when you start sending death threats because of a launch of a game directly to the devs or to the devs, like that's just like people don't want like people just don't get it. How many scrolls do I need? I have no idea. I'm trying to play like 4 different builds. I guess how many scrolls do you need? I put it that way. But I've only gotten 2 scrolls. Like only the first Inferno Hordes is the one I got the scrolls from. That was it. Here's what I don't understand when D4 launched. Why was it missing quality of life things that was already in there? D3 like armory, gems, and having their own stash and so on. I can actually tell you that without I can tell you why without actually getting in trouble, I think. So, well, not say anything. I pretty much already said this already. D4 had a lot of development issues. The leadership that was in charge for the first 5 years botched the game so bad to the point where people didn't want to show up to work and work on the game for years. The morale for a Diablo development project was the lowest it's ever been in any Diablo game ever for a long time. It wasn't until those 2 guys got fired because of the whole Blizzgate thing that happened. They got fired. And then the Joes took over with a year and a half left before the game was to launch. And the only thing that they can do at that point in time was polish and fix bugs, so therefore the game can launch, and not have, too many, like performance issues. They didn't have time to go back and fix bad systems or bad itemization. That is the reason why, for those who may not have picked up on it, right, that when they had the campfire chat with the damage on Tuesdays, like they wore the shirt. They made shirts, damage on Tuesday shirts, and they wore it in campfire chat. You want to know why? Because they didn't make the itemization system. They weren't the ones that created it. So they agree with us. They just couldn't do anything about it because that crap takes a lot of work to rework, at that point. So they had to release with what was there, which sucks. Obviously, if you are taking over, imagine taking over, again, let's talk business again, right? Imagine taking over a project that has been in down spiral for years, and now you're the top dog, but you have a year to get the product out, and it takes like 3 or 4 years to do these systems correctly. What do you do? Right? So the Joes did exactly what they could do, but from inside, I want to say inside sources per se. That's the wrong word to use. Blizzard employees were much happier under the Joes, working under the Joes for the year and a half before the game launched than they ever were for like the 6 years before then. And also get this, the devs actually asked for more time before the game was released. They wanted more time. So you know how the game got delayed from April to June or whatever? The devs wanted like another 6 months minimum. 6 months to a year. But guess who said no? So pretty much, the game released as a half-ass project, right? And of course, we got upset as a consumer because we played full, full AAA money for a half-ass project, which is true, right? Here's me fanboying for D4 right now, right? We pay full money for a half-ass project. This is exactly what happened. But with that being said, it wasn't the current team's fault that it launched in the state that it did at the time. I will say at the time. Does it suck that we don't have quality of life features that were done better in Diablo 3? Oh, absolutely. I agree. I am not here pulling punches when I say stuff like that. Clan support still is abysmal. D3 still has a better vertical endgame or vertical progression system than Diablo 4 by a significant margin. There are definitely problems, and I don't shy away from talking about it. But what I will say is that like those issues and things should be like presented in a package that isn't necessarily just towards the devs. Like blame the company, blame the corporation, blame upper management. Talk about management, because management is kind of what's happening at the moment. Hell, you can listen to what Rod is saying. Like think about it. Think about the campfire chats we've had and how much PR talk that they have to sit there and like speak in every campfire chat. They can't really be themselves. And then you have people like Rod. Here's me fanboying again. You have people like Rod that say a lot of things that makes zero sense. Zero sense. As if he doesn't play the game. As if he has nothing to do with the game. And just makes everyone else look bad. You know how we were sitting there bagging on Rod and you're saying, your bro, like that tweet was bad. That was terrible. Don't you think the devs also feel the same way? Like, don't you think that that's kind of embarrassing for them when they know a hell of a lot more about the game and then Rod is saying whatever they're saying? Like imagine that's like having like a boss that just doesn't get it, right? Like a boss that's never really worked in the field before, and you know more than your boss, but your boss just happened to get in that position because he knows how to manage, quote unquote, or has the credentials to be able to manage, but he knows nothing about the business, right? That's what that is. How do I know all this? Is it said somewhere? There are a couple of videos you can look up in terms of the Diablo 4 development cycle or development or whatnot. Others is just honestly just, well, talking to them in a sense. There are some things I just can't say. I mean, I've actually met them in person and had actual conversations with these guys. There are things I have to leave it on purpose because I'm not supposed to say certain those things. But I did, before mentioning some of this stuff, I did ask for permission if I could. So I have to tiptoe around what I'm saying, but I can give you the general broad story around these things. But the thing about it is that what I'm saying is it's not exclusive to just Blizzard. This happens in the game industry all the time. Just that you don't really see it. All you see is the final product, and if it's good, everyone's like, yay, great, I'm playing. But if it's bad, it's like, boo, they're the worst people ever, right? Like, and that's just how it is, right? And then people just move on. No one really knows the inside stories behind the couple of years or few years of the development cycle of any game, really. Nor does the consumer really care, right? I'm not saying that the consumer should care. I'm just saying that like there's always more to it behind the trenches. I mean, Diablo 3 went through a similar, probably not as bad of a development cycle as Diablo 4 did, actually. But it was also pretty bad too. It's funny because in the Star Citizen community, which is much worse state indeed than D4, everyone knows to blame management. Yeah, but that's, if you notice though, if you notice my comment, like my comments when it comes to this game, I seriously just think the game is managed poorly. Diablo 4 is managed poorly. And it's pretty easy to see that. Like when you look at everything, like legit everything that has happened, even just from like the end game beta to now, or like that, just the game is managed poorly. And even when you listen to, upper management or general manager say some things, that also makes you scratch your head and be like, okay, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, but I mean, you can't really fault everyone for what Rod is saying. Again, that's like faulting everyone in the company because your boss says something stupid. That doesn't mean all the employees are terrible or bad or don't know what they're doing because the boss is an idiot, right? Of your company. But we do that. As humans, we do that, right? But the thing about it is, too, people working at USC probably on the same page. Yeah. Also, too, as much people, doing the whole PoE2 versus Diablo thing, I guarantee you that the developers over at Diablo don't feel any real animosity towards like Path of Exile or Jonathan or them or whatnot. I'm pretty sure some of them are friends. Like in the gaming industry as developers, I'm pretty sure some of them are friends. We might pit them against each other, but in the inside, I'm pretty sure some of them are friends. Definitely managed poorly. A lot of talent in all the departments, but lack of true identity. Yes, exactly. Ra's Diablo-like tweet was impressively poorly timed. That's an understatement. Poorly timed is an understatement, but I sure. Point is that even no matter what the timing was, he still shouldn't have ever said that. Ever. When you don't come from the Diablo universe, your universe is Gears of War. That's your universe. Your universe is that. Okay? Diablo's not your universe. You don't get to call the shots when it comes to stuff like that. Or, you know, try to like start a trend. You don't get to do that. Now, if you were David Brevik or something, sure. Because, I mean, you were there. You know, David Brevik was there in the trenches. But you don't get to say something like that, regardless of whether you're a general manager or not. And people are gonna respect you for that. You don't get to do that. So, sure, it was poorly timed, but regardless of the timing, it still would have been a bad tweet. Rod then doubled down on an interview a day later too. Yeah, man, like I said, I can only imagine how the like, you know, how the teams feel about his tweet, man. His tweets or whatever. Jonathan from GGG said in the QA that most people on this team have never released a game. It's clear that you can have new blood and still make a good product. So it's obvious leadership is the issue with D4. Yeah. Going towards the statement I just said, Diablo 4 is managed poorly. Try to build with overpower. You kind of can't. You can't use BLT because you need the Word of Hakan amulet, so you kind of can't. I think the devs themselves are fans of games in general. They aren't stuck in the tribalism conversation that some people are interested in. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. We do it, but they don't. And honestly, a lot of times when they might take pog shots at each other, they're usually not doing it at each other, but they're doing it at the overall picture of it. I'll give you an example. And I'm not sure if I can like how to phrase this the right way. But remember when Jonathan was took a shot at, I wouldn't take a shot, but like made a comment about, you know, games doing, you know, billions and trillions of damage or whatever, and how like their game isn't gonna do that, and how they don't like that particular part of it. Which was a shot at, you know, people took it as a shot at, you know, Blizzard. The devs, the D4 devs aren't upset about that. They agree with that statement. Like twofold. So Jonathan's not throwing shade at the devs. They're throwing the shades at the way the game is going in that direction. But the devs aren't upset about that comment. Because I guarantee you, the dev team don't want those numbers either, because they're actually harder to manage. But I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. Even in the campfire chat, when people asked about that, and one of the campfire chats about the numbers just going up and going up and going up, you can even see Charles Dunn, I'm going to call him by name, Charles, actually freeze up a little bit and was in his mind looking for the correct PR answer. He didn't just go and flow and talk about it. He paused for a bit and gave a very PR answer and then went on to the next topic. I don't know why that is. But I do play the game a lot. And I've met the devs. And I met a good chunk of the staff. So like I pay a little bit more attention to these things naturally because I spend a lot of time in this world. Not a lot of people are gonna pick up on the things I'm like talking about or I'm saying. But all this for me to say that I will be playing PoE2 tomorrow as well. To clearly promote people who speak the right way about learnings and not focus on other BS. Think about it. Think about it as a lot. When was the last time you seen any of the Joes or even Rod in terms of a campfire chat? Actually, let me phrase that. When have you seen Rod in a campfire chat? When's the last time you seen him? Anyways, I know I got into this big conversation about all of this stuff here that, this whole, I don't know, like over-arc thing of Diablo 4 and don't leave us. No, I'm not going anywhere yet. But I do have a certain soft spot when it comes to developers in general, regardless of the game, just because the industry sucks right now. If you're not working as an indie company and you're part of a massive, like corporation, chances are your life probably sucks as a developer more often than not. And I think that like as a teacher, I understand that somewhat just because similar case scenarios when it comes to school districts, what we are able to do in the classroom and what the school districts allow us to be able to do, what we can say, what we can't say, how we have to teach, new technologies we're forced to learn, even if they don't do anything for our classrooms at all. But the people who are on the education board don't spend any time actually teaching, so they don't know what it's like to actually be a teacher before applying all these different things that just won't work. And so as teachers, we're pissed off. Then we have to sit there and teach to take the test, and the kids are upset with us as if it's our fault that like we have to administer all these different tests or teach the way that we do for these particular tests when it's not our fault. Actually, if we could, we would get rid of all that crap, but we can't because we have a higher power we have to answer to. So like I kind of get it. I understand it in that sense. Because it's, but as you can tell, teachers more often get the blame versus the school district. But people have to remember, people don't become teachers because it's good pay or good money. You become teachers because you're passionate about it. Eventually, the passion gets sucked out of you, and sometimes you stay there just for long enough to get your pension after 30 years or whatever. So you deal with it because that's what you went to school for. So there are bad teachers who just go through the motions, and that's true. But more often, the district is the problem. I will even give you something even interesting. I will even give you more interesting tidbit. So my school district. Let me tell you what my school district did when I first started working for them. Like, it's just 2011. 2011. So 13 years ago, this school district. When I first got in, one of the teachers told me, they said, if you don't do anything spectacular in 2 years, you're going to be let go. That's what she says. She says, if you don't do something amazing in 2 years, you're going to be let go. I'm just like, okay, what is that supposed to mean? She's like, that's all I'm going to say. And I'm like, okay. And so here's what was happening. So ironically enough, thankfully, my second year there, I started an indoor program and we ended up getting a gold medal. So we ended up winning championships. My percussion group won championships my second year there for the indoor program, and I kept my job. But I asked around what that actually meant. So here's what was going on in my district. Basically, they will fire teachers, like second year teachers, because what happens is that they will get money to train new teachers. So they would get money and they will only spend a portion of that to train new teachers. So in reality, they were making money by firing and hiring teachers instead of paying the second year teachers the pay bump. So like once you go into your third year, you are automatically due for a raise in my state, in my district. So what they would do is they would just fire you before giving you a raise, unless you did something spectacular to keep. So they're like, okay, well, that person is good enough to keep around. But they would just fire you after 2 years, whether you did anything wrong or not. You could be a good teacher and get fired for legit no reason. Because they were making more money firing second year teachers and replacing them than they were giving raises to those second year teachers going into the third year. And that's what they kept doing in the district. That's what I was working against when I first got into that district. But the problem is that the people who didn't know about that, people who weren't in the school district or, taught in that system, had no idea what was going on. So the perception is, oh, that teacher wasn't good enough, or that teacher was bad. And so parents, same thing, would say the same thing. It's like, well, I'm glad that teacher got, that teacher's gone. I mean, obviously they're gone because they're bad. And no, but the problem was that people didn't, they don't know. And there's no way for parents to know. There's no way for the kids to know. It's just perceived that they were bad. So I've had quite a few friends in the industry that lost their job that year because they didn't do anything spectacular enough to stay on for the third year. Dumb, right? Like I said, I say all this just because of the fact that, sure, I do express a little bit of bias towards devs, but I also feel for them because their industry sucks, man. It really does. Don't get me wrong, I do get upset about the things in this game. I absolutely do. But I also understand it's not just the devs. Some of it is, but management. So bringing donuts for the students every Friday. To Boss Wilbug. What up, Killer Mom? I put it this way. I don't agree with the way that they're doing the whole bug fix thing. That they're waiting to the following season and kind of just letting it ride out all the time. Because then you're just basically saying bugs are okay, in my opinion, and then things just take way too long to get fixed, and we never have a system that's not bugged, period, or don't have as many bugs. So I 100% disagree with that system. I don't know if it's a dev decision or if it's a management decision. I don't know. Given the fact that Rod actually made a poll on Twitter or X or whatever, asking people what they should do, and most people say leave it as it is, almost makes me feel like that's a management position, the decision, rather than the developer decision. But I don't know. That part I don't know. At what point is playing nice just not the move and we got to demand change? Oh no, demand change. I am not saying don't demand change. I get feedback all the time, and they're pretty straightforward and pretty stern. Good and bad feedback. So like, no, demand the change. I'm not saying don't demand the change. I'm not saying be nice. I'm just saying point your frustrations in the right direction. That's all I'm saying. Be mad at Blizzard all you want. Hell, I get mad at them all the time. Not all the time, but a chunk of the time. But it is more so constructive criticism and not just repeating or regurgitating what I see on like YouTube comments. Because none of that is even remotely helpful. Nor original, nor, well, anything. All ready for PoE2? It's like 67% download. I stopped the download so I can stream. I couldn't do both. I didn't have enough bandwidth to really be able to stream to both platforms, YouTube and Twitch, and also download the game. So I just paused the download, but I'll finish it when I get off stream. Drivers are updated for sure. I'm excited for tomorrow. I'll put it this way. I'm excited for tomorrow, but I'm also, there's going to be a bit of like, it's going to be difficult to stream it tomorrow. I'll put it that way. I'm all for playing it tomorrow. I can't wait. Well, I can wait, but because I mean, it's like not too long from now. Like I'm excited for tomorrow to play. It's just going to be rough trying to stream it tomorrow. Obviously, with so many people in the space or whatever. And of course, people are playing the game too. So like, you know, so the announcement that they have over 1 million players sign up. Yeah. Yep. Servers are going to be bad tomorrow. Yep. Can we start watching done streaming? Sure. Am I going Merker Ranger? What do you teach? I teach music at a high school. I also tend to do arrangements and compositions for other high schools for their marching band shows, usually for percussion. Usually I do it for those who are not in our class, so I'm not like writing, I'm not doing arrangements for groups that are directly competing against my kids. That obviously would not be a good thing. But yeah. Have a long day tomorrow. I'm sure everything will be broken, so I won't be missing much. Bro, I have it all planned out. So here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna log on to Twitch, not PoE2, because that's not gonna be possible earlier, right? So I'm gonna log on to Twitch and YouTube, right? I'm going to, you know, talk to you guys for a little bit. Then when the play button is there, I'm gonna hit the play button. I'm probably gonna be in the queue where I'm like, you know, 400,328th in line or whatever. I'm gonna be like, okay, I figured that was gonna be the case. And then I'm going to, I have 2 games I'm gonna play while I'm in queue. So I'm gonna either pull up some Smash Ultimate for a little bit and play that on like a smaller screen while I have the queue up or whatever, so people can like look at that and realize I'm not playing, like I'm not trying to play in a different category. So I either do that or Dynasty Warriors, or maybe some Turtles. We might play some Turtles tomorrow. So I have games lined up that I'm gonna play while I'm waiting. So like I already know that I'm gonna be waiting for a while. So I'm like honestly no complaints about being in a long queue because I'm already expecting it. How goes it? I heard that Flurry Rogue has some serious defense in PTR. It does because of a couple of gems actually. So a couple of the witchcraft gems or whatever does kind of add some toughness as well. So yeah, and Flurry was already pretty beefy as it was. So yeah, I could see that. All right. Well, I guess let's attempt to make some other stuff. I probably won't spend as much time like I did trying to get scrolls and stuff. I could thank Canadian to helping me get a couple of scrolls. But that kind of sucked when I'm at sales when I couldn't really get scrolls because I'm like, well, how am I supposed to continue to keep tempering real quick to make different builds? So now I'm kind of like not caring as much anymore, which isn't really good. I don't want to like not care because I do want to try things so I can be like, okay, this works, this doesn't. But at the same time, I think it's this one I had to use the scroll on. There we go. Which build is your favorite for season 7 so far? Reign of Rails is nutty. It's like pretty much way stronger than most of the other rogue builds right now. But to be honest with you, I kind of like the close quarters combat builds right now. So like close quarters combat Heartseeker was actually probably the most fun I've had so far. Gonna be honest. Sounds weird, I know, but yeah, direct damage Heartseeker with close quarters combat it just felt so good to play. I think close quarters combat Barrage will also feel really good, which is actually what I'm getting ready to do right now. Or trying to build into right now. I guess I gotta just throw like a random temper on here. Just none of these things really matter. I guess a chance for Shadow Clone to deal double damage. Does that even work right now? Fuck it, we're gonna go for it. I got the minimum roll. Oof. Thanks, game. All right, kill him all. Okay, at least that one was better. All right, so I got 6 pieces here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I have to just temper, I guess. Not temper masterwork. Do any of your students watch your streams? Sometimes. They know that I do. I don't tell them. They just happen to find out. Which I guess isn't really hard because all it takes is for one of them to know that I stream, or at least, you know, or one of them to actually play D4. So of all the kids, if one kid plays D4 and actually follows social media in a sense, it's really not hard to be like, you know, the only African American actually, you know, who makes consistent content for Diablo 4. Is like, wait a minute, that guy looks familiar. You can't really mistake me for anybody else, right? Also wear the hat in the classroom too, so there's also that. So like, I mean, you really can't mistake me for anybody else. So like, that's how one of the kids found me. They found me because they watched one of the Diablo game. They watched one of the gameplay guys on Diablo 4, YouTube or whatever, which I did, and it's like, wait a minute, it's like, I know this guy. And that was it. And then of course they told their friends, and it was like, oh my god, you do such and such. And I'm like, yeah. And so sometimes they watch. I don't mind. Am I gonna play music first? I'm trying to get my garage to a point where I can kind of set up an electric drum set, so I can kind of play covers on stream, or do covers on stream basically, or just play over a song or whatever. I play over songs, so I'm trying to kind of get that going. It's still kind of a while, like, a while away though, so don't expect it like anytime soon. But that's kind of the plan, and the future is to do some streams like that. So just know that it is coming. I won't obviously do just those kind of streams, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's in the works. I'll put it that way.
What do you need?
I gamble 2 mirrors, then delete PoE from SSD. Yeah, good morning, man. What's the time over there? 2:28 a.m. Well, don't introduce yourself as Mr. Dioxide in class. They're not allowed to say, like, I'll say they're not allowed to. They don't even call me, like, they don't say Mr. or anything. Unless parents or administrators are around. I'm not saying that, like, I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong with, obviously, saying Mr. last name or Mr. whatever. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, obviously it's a sign of respect or whatever. But one of my students, or how was it? Some years back, someone called me, like, or one of the kids called me T-Dog or whatever, and it somehow stuck with the kids. So, like, they just all started calling me like T-Dog because I'm like one of the cooler teachers, so they call me T-Dog. I'm just like, okay, cool, whatever. And, like, as long as you do what I asked you to do, I don't really care, honestly. But when it comes to, like, if, like, administrators are around or parents are around, I do make them call me Mr. T-Dog though. So they have to call me Mr. in front of the nickname. And the parents kind of like chuckle at that. Cause it's like, cause of like, but yeah. I really don't care about a lot of things. As long as you do that, like, if you do what I asked you to do, and I get through the things I gotta get through, I don't really care about a lot of things, honestly. I only care when I can't get through what I have to get through, and then we both suffer because y'all didn't follow directions or y'all just sucked, basically. That's when it kind of becomes an issue. But I mean, as long as we're on the same page, But I am pretty straightforward with my students. I am pretty transparent. So, like, if there's something that they don't like, if I don't like it, I'll say it too. I'm like, look, I don't like this either, but I'm just saying, like, we got to get through this. It sucks. I get it. I'm with you 100%, but we got to get this done. So, I go with my first name with all the students. With the hat, you look like a real musician, I swear. I actually don't even know how this hat became about, though. I don't even know when I started wearing it or why I liked it when I was wearing it, like a hat like this. And believe it or not, I used to not have this hat when I first started streaming. So the first, like, I don't know, 7 or 8 months of my stream, I was not wearing a hat. I know it's hard to believe. You might have to, like, go back on my YouTube, like, YouTube videos from way back to see me without a hat. But I promise you, it was there. It happened. I'm about to do this one. I don't care. fine. All right, so I got. Okay, so I got all these pieces here. A master word this. Sure, whatever. I'm not even going for like good masterworks right now. It's like too late in the game for that now. Or too late at night. But with that being said, poison. The girl's poison, y'all. I knew it. You can't trust a big button to smile. That's equivalent to the Rax hoodie. To be honest with you, that's kind of where I got that from, somewhat. Like, well, I'll put it this way. I think what it was one day I had the hat on and I decided to stream. And I forgot I had it on. I just put the headphones over it. And I guess when I saw myself and how it looked, I was like, wait a minute, this actually looks pretty good. Like the hat with the headphones or whatever actually look really good together. Like at least these headphones with the hat. I'm like, you know what? That's a style. That's a style right there. You know what I'm saying? Like that vibes, you know? And so like I've known that Rax had, you know, his, you know, because people have their brand. Like, you know, Riker has his hat or whatever. And then you got like, you know, people who just have like a brand, or you know, you see them and it's like that's just them. Right. So Rax's hoodie, the hat kind of became a thing for me. Almost kind of hard to like imagine me without a hat, right? It's crazy. Rax says his hoodie makes his headset feel comfortable to wear. Fair. Well, doesn't he wear like in-ears? Like, doesn't he wear like earbuds or whatever, or no? How'd you farm that much? Oh, no, this is PTR. So I can just go to the PTR vendor and you know, push a bunch of buttons or whatever. So yeah, so Polat, yeah, I'm playing the PTR, so I can get all the stuff I need without having to play a lot. So this is PTR. My actual Paragon and live is 288, which is, well, low compared for the amount of time I play, but I don't grind XP. Also makes the audio sound scuffed. Fair. The hat works for you. No hat works for me. I look ridiculous. All right, so here's the problem, because I don't have good gloves. Gloves were hard to get, like very hard to get. Like really hard. So I don't think I have good gloves. Really, honestly, I really just should do like a good Fist of Fate or something, so I can use that as a universal glove for all the builds. Like this one probably, most likely. So I probably have to do this. And I might have to actually try to masterwork the lucky hit chance for. Well, actually, no. I guess I don't have to masterwork the lucky. Nah, we're just gonna just roll with it. What did I hit? Task speed. Okay, no, that's just really bad. All right, I'm gonna have to like. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll take it. All right, so I think I got all the gear. Close quarters combat gear for Barrage. That's what this is. Oh, no. I'm missing an amulet. God dang it. The hardest piece.
I can take common, turn it special.
It's pretty much this song that put Ludacris on the map, right? That's what did the ad leaderboard for pit push? No. And it's probably a good idea that they didn't, because Pit is still in a pretty rough state. You're not gonna sit there and like, you know, put ribbons and achievements on the turret, are you? Just okay, I'm not looking for perfect, but I do want at least a usable passive, even if it's just +1. No, those unstable elixirs is right there. God dang it. I went through it too fast. Okay, that came back. Good. Alright. What made me play D3 a lot was because of leaderboard push. Well, I mean, Greater Rift, when you got the right map, was still a decent experience. Pit isn't really that. But I know what you mean. I was there too, so I know exactly what you mean. But I will say that it's just not in a good state right now. I don't know if leaderboards is gonna really help that. Chances are no, it's not. But there'll be more complaints than people being happy with the system. I put it that way. What do I want to put here? I guess I can do resource, but I think I'm gonna do utility in case I have to make some changes later. So let's do utility. So we'll do something random. Okay, cool. Now just master work. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna roll on that though. Okay. 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 All right, that works. All right, I think we got something, and then all I gotta do is put the Paragon points and the skills together and redo stuff, I guess. Don't worry, PoE2 in 11 hours. It'll have pinnacle content. I am really curious to see how it is going to be received. Right now, all we really have is hype. But like, I wonder how it's really going to be when people get a chance to actually play. Because like usually like your blasters or whatever like that, people who like the game being hard, like games being hard, did not like it when there were hard things in Diablo 4. So like anyone going from Diablo 4 to Path of Exile 2, for instance, that, you know, preferred things being easier, I'm just gonna be curious to see how that works out in the long run. I mean, it could be a good experience or a bad experience for those players, but I'm just kind of curious. Does the armory work like you expect? It does. It does. It doesn't save the wish powers though, for whatever strange reasons. I don't know why it doesn't do that. So it doesn't save your wish powers, and it doesn't save your mercs. But that's a minor inconvenience compared to everything else it actually does well. But I hope they do fix it before season 7 launch though. Like, that feedback has already been given, so it's kind of like, you know, I'm hoping they actually like, you know, fix that going forward. I just hope we don't get a full D4 transition to D3 2.0. Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I'm the same way. I honestly already think that they've already added more D4, more D3 elements than I would have liked for them to. I get why they did some of it, because I mean some of it was, you know, some of the stuff that they add from D4 was actually, or from D3 were some of the good things of D3. But I mean, if I just wanted D3, I just play D3. And for the love of God, I really hope they do something else with vertical content, and not just keep the same D3 vertical content that we have right now. Sorry, vertical progression. That's actually a low roll. Okay, yeah, I figured. No, I think I might actually keep that, because I actually might need that. Armor is terrible right now, so I don't have the gems in. Alright, so this is... I need to do... Is it all res here? This is a maximum life for now. All res is such a rare roll. There it is. Okay, yeah, so all this is good enough. Now it's time to imprint now. So frostbitten, frost, Noxus ice, retribution, conceded, branching, high velocity, just we got Pak I guess we can do that. Then do Mott as well, I guess. And then I guess for gems will be just crit. This would be crit gems, I guess.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
Might as well. I'm gonna need to take these gems out because I might have to use them for something different. So I mean, this is still really good. I forgot the rest later. All right, let's go to skills. This is exactly what I was thinking when Diablo was hard. People were kind of crying. Yeah. The D is far too easy. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, but the thing about it is that like everything in Path of Exile 2 is going to be considerably more challenging than what we have in D4. And so I just D4 wall bosses are underutilized in your opinion. Tweak the current ones and transform into pinnacle bosses, and then boom, more endgame content. Here's the problem with that 04. People don't like. I'll put it this way: the core audience of Diablo 4, I guess you could say, for like a better word, like the more casual players, they don't want a long fight. They want to kill the world boss, get the loot, and then move on. People complain about the world boss being taking longer to kill now. Than it used to be when they want a world boss to be an actual fight, and people complain about that. So transforming them into pinnacle bosses won't go well. But isn't that more because they're pretty engaging fights? Not necessarily. I mean that is too kind of sort of thing, but I've heard more people talk about how they don't want to spend that much time or spend much time trying to farm or do a world boss. They kind of just want to get the whatchamacallit. So they're not looking for the world boss to be harder. They just want the rewards to be better. Well, damn, the heck do people want in an end game? That's the thing, 0422. That's exactly what that's exactly what I'm talking about. But that's the catch. You know, we say, you know, there's no end game in Diablo 4, right? There's no end game content. But then when Blizzard actually does, or when they did actually make things hard in some cases towards the beginning of the season, people didn't like that. So, like, I'm not saying that there still needs to be a meta progression, like vertical progression, which we don't have. So like that's still on them to figure out. But what I will say is that when it comes to challenging content, it's harder on Blizzard to do anything like to do stuff with that, because people don't want that. And when things get hard, what they end up doing is they ended up just asking a streamer or content creator or somebody to carry them, to be, you know, to kill. Like they're I'll put it away right now. Like content creators make bank, and blasters make bank off this game in terms of like the golden economy from people who don't want to do the game stuff. So people who don't want to learn Dark Citadel stuff, they just pay someone else to do it, to walk them through it. You know, people still make a lot, you know, people's like the blasters and stuff still sell Lilith kills, and like Lilith kills are like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and like Lilith is like very easy now. But there's still people who will pay for Lilith kills. So there's a market for that because people just don't want to learn the mechanics. So like, I see people bringing up GGG in that sense, but GGG started off as not casual, not for casuals. So they branded themselves as not for casuals. Diablo didn't start off that way. Like D1 was, well, I can't speak on D1 because I've never actually played it. But D2, like, wasn't necessarily considered like hard, but it was a grind, like an actual grind. It felt like an actual, like you're making progress as an actual grind. D3 was definitely catered to casuals. D4, you know, much more the same. But Path of Exile started off not catering to casuals at all, so it built an audience of not doing that. So when we say, well, GGG did that and it's just fine, or Jeanette Path of Exile 2 and it's just fine, I get that, but that's their brand. They started off that way. That's like Souls-likes. So think of GGG as like a Souls-like game. Like if a Souls-like game started off in that genre as being difficult, then people are expecting that to be the case. See what I'm saying? Like people expect that to be hard because that's how they built their following, was because it was hard. So you see what I'm saying? So D4 Diablo in itself right now cannot create, I don't say cannot, but like them creating harder content isn't going to go nearly as well as GGG doing it. Whether it's good or not, it can be done really well in Diablo 4, but if it's hard, or if it's, you know, if only like 5% of the players can actually really do it or whatever, and it's rewarding, then there's going to be a lot of complaints. And like, that's partially the issue. So in a sense, it's like, how do you establish more in-game, right? Or harder in-game or more difficult content in-game if the a bigger chunk of your audience doesn't want it and they'll just pay someone else to carry them through it. It's silly that it's that way, but it literally is that way. That's exactly what it's like. So it's kind of like, that's why like I get a little like, I do a little side eye sometimes when I hear people, you know, or when I see people getting a bunch of carries or whatever, and then say that there's nothing else for them to do in the game, or there's nothing challenging. And it's like the thing that even isn't really challenging at all, you're getting carried through, and then you're also saying there's nothing challenging in the game. So like, it's hard. It's a hard problem that I don't know what they're going to be able to do because of the established audience in Diablo 4. Do you think that their seasonal formula is vanilla because they need to cater to the masses? They don't want challenging. I don't think that they don't want challenging content. They actually do. I mean, Dark Citadel isn't really that easy. If you didn't start with Spiritborn and you were progressing through the game early seasons, Dark Citadel was actually pretty challenging. But so I mean, they do. It's just it's just a challenge. It's a challenge in itself to offer that without the majority of your player base complaining. But how many people do you know though, Kaizen, that has been carried through Dark Citadel by one of the Spiritborn friends. I bet quite a bit, right? I'm sure you know some people who've been, who's been carried through that, or asked for a carry because they didn't want to do it themselves. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Like I'm not bagging on those players or anything. So I'm not trying to make it sound like, oh, those people are evil there or whatever. But what I'm saying is, think about the type of audience that we are, that play the game, right? And it's like, if that's the way it is, if that's more of the majority, then how do you make content? Like I would feel bad as a developer. I'd feel awful for me to sit there and make Dark Citadel and like more people are asking for carries than actually trying to learn the mechanics. Like that kind of sucks, because I'm sure that takes a while to actually do. Granted, Dark Citadel should be more rewarding for sure. It's got its problems. It ain't without its problems, but like that would suck. Like I'd feel some kind of way about it. Personally, I'd just be like, man, y'all really the one kind of challenging thing outside of pit, and y'all just asking your friends, y'all just paying your friends 20 million gold to carry you through. You like for real? Like that's how y'all want to do this? You see what I'm saying? So, but you're not wrong, Kaizen. Like the game in my opinion, the game does need more challenging things. Like we need more vertical progression. So in my opinion, I think there should be more. But also I'm on the side of the spectrum that you're on, where we want that. But we might be in the minority. You see what I'm saying? We're probably in the minority in terms of like, not me and you in terms of the stream is concerned, but I'm talking about like the overall player base. People who want more challenging things that actually want to do it themselves are definitely in the minority, I think. Whereas in GGG, it's different. They're used to that stuff being challenging and hard. So it's like, if it's not challenging and hard, it will seem weird because that's just what their brand is based off of. That's a problem. Season stay 3 months, but the game can be done in 1. I think that's every game, Red Drums. Every game. No games league season 3-month mechanic has their blasters playing all 3 months. It just doesn't happen. There's just not enough content in the action RPG genre or even in the shooter genre to have people blast for the entire thing. You just don't. Like, and it's not a fight at any company or like that. If you can get the majority of your players to stick around for a season for 1 entire month, that's a win. That's a W. That's rare. Usually for like, after about the 2-week mark, it starts to really drop off for most games for a season or whatever like that. So if you can get them to like stick around for an entire month, that's actually a W. But no game has ever caught someone's attention. Not so much, but no game has really kept the majority of people playing for 3 months. No game. Not even PoE1 has done it. It's just, and PoE1 has a ton of content, right? So it's not. So in that case, the content isn't the issue. It's just more so of it's an action RPG. You're going to get burnt out of kind of doing the same things of farming per se, just in general, the same way of fighting, same way, whatever. It's just kind of is what it is. It's not, but some leagues or seasons last longer than others, but it would never last in an entire 3 months. Yes, it does suck. I just don't know. I don't know how the devs don't just call people out for it. I mean, I guess who do you call out? I guess, like, who would you call out? The players? Especially when you work for a company who's really all about profit and that's it. Like if you piss off the the people that pretty much are, have, if you piss off the majority of people that really made the income, the money for the game, then the higher ups are not gonna like that because all they care about is a profit. So it's like, I don't know how you would call out those players. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would you call them out and then not get in trouble by your own company? But I mean, I would love them to call them out, but yeah, call the players that get carried and complain about the end game. Well, don't get me wrong. I mean, they still need to do more with the end game. I'm just saying, I think it's considerably harder for them to kind of design something that is going to appease both the more casual player base as well as the blasters, or blasters, semi-blasters, or of the like or whatever. Have you seen how I click the goblin? I've min-maxed my strategy. I can click the materials option twice a second. I think I saw your thing in the Discord. Oh, 4, you said I feel you as an aspiring game. Oh, okay. So you're getting into this now. As an aspiring game dev, I'd be so frustrated working on D4. There are a lot of things that it does right. It's just everything it does wrong is 10,000% amplified because of Blizzard game expectations. I will say that's mostly true. Mostly true. And there's just mismanagement in the game, but that's I've talked about that for hours already on today's stream. The game is just managed poorly. I feel like the devs get more hate than they deserve. I'm not saying they're scotch free. I'm just saying that I wish being part of a big corporation will allow their teams to have less red tape, right, involved. But that's just not the reality. Big gaming companies nowadays is just about the money. It's a business.
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do.
Raid.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Nick Thornton raided
Appreciate
my
you,
stream
Thornton. What's
with
going
5
on?
views.
People hate Andario because she's harder to kill. Then people complain the game is too easy. He's like, what do you want? I know. I mean, like I said, I mean, I know. That slides underneath the radar. People don't necessarily, see all that. But yeah, you're right. As a software engineer, one of the things you learn is to take stakeholders' needs and wants into consideration. With that said, D4 stakeholders vary in want and need to such an extent it makes it difficult to commit down any one path. Pretty much. When do you think D4 servers will shut down now that we've seen PoE completely taken over the whole action RPG player base? Not. It's not gonna happen. Like, why would it? Why would it happen? If we're thinking logically here, not with 10,000 pounds of hype. But just thinking logically here, why would you think that will actually happen? Hell, Diablo 3 servers are still up. Diablo 2 servers are still up. Last Epoch servers are still up. Wilson, God knows, I have no idea how they're still up, but they're still up. And they don't even have they don't even have even remotely close to the player base that D4 has, regardless of the state of the game. But what up, Propane? So I'm struggling in terms of which one to pick. Do I go with? I kind of want to do Flurry. I might just get rid. I might not just do dash at all, but I think I'm about to either give out smoke grenade or cow traps to do this, and I don't want to give up either. So I guess my thing is give up dash. Do this, and then poison abuse has to go here. Yeah, I think this is how I'm gonna have to do it. Okay. All right. So what do we got left? Just Paragon. I guess we don't need that. Actually, how many points do I not have in that? Jeez. Are you kidding me? 17? Wow. Okay. Alright, so let me not be so ambitious with that there. That's not gonna work out. I thought it would, but that is not gonna work out. Sure, we'll just put that there. All right, so refund Paragon, start from scratch. Look at one of my boards, and we can play a different build. Wilson's servers went down. Oh, it did? Okay. Okay. I'm so surprised they lasted that long. Such a nude. I wonder if he ever feels any shame. Like you think he actually like I know he has an ego. Like he's got a pretty big ego. I wonder if he actually feels any shame for anything that he says. Or does he ever think about his team when he says the things that he says? Like, you guys think he actually ever like thinks about his team at all and be like, you know, maybe I shouldn't say the thing or the things I say. The answer is probably not, but I'm just saying, like, I can only imagine like the rest of the teams, like how hard they face palmed when they when they see some of those comments. Just a little out of touch, just a smidge. Of all the people that probably should follow PR protocol, right? PR training, PR protocol, is there one person that's not? I would love to see like or listen to Adam Jackson talk free fall, just in the open environment. Charles Dunn too as well. Bjorn, Colin, like Colin's allowed to say the F bomb, and that's because people like it. Generally speaking, they would be mad about that, but because it got such good reception from like the player base for him to drop F bombs that they're actually allowing him to do it. But when he first did it, I can guarantee you it was they thought of it as cringe because they're like, oh my god, did you really do that? We say that, and I know, and we're just like, yo, he dropped the F bomb, yo. And he became instantly famous. Well, for more than just that, but like, you know, you get what I'm saying. Just adding my BFS? Probably. Yeah, I can talk to that dude for like hours, man. Like most of the games we've actually played together, or most of the games that I played, he's played, and we were talking about like some like coding stuff and like um uh frame analysis for fighting games and stuff, and it's actually a very very nerdy conversation. We even talked about anime too as well because he's into that. Real cool guy. Adam Jackson, that is. I didn't get a chance to talk to Adam Fletcher as much because he's usually like running around making sure all the fires are put out that are started by, well, you know who's. I'm gonna just leave that there and not say more. But uh Smash 65. I just remember enough. GGG is joinking the two gifted for cosmetic stains for Diablo. Very Diablo. Oh man. That comment is gonna age like don't you guys have phones comment. Like the better Path of Exile does, like the better Path of Exile 2 does, the more that comment is going to age like fine wine. I don't think I have enough points to really do what I really want to do. I'm gonna run out of points. I guess I have the Paragon. And the sad thing about it is that, like, I mean, I spoke with the guy in person, so you know, I met him in person. So he's definitely a guy that you can, you know, grab a beer with or whatever. Almost, I guess you could say almost like the ultimate bro guy. But I'm just gonna kind of leave it at that. What time I start streaming PoE2? I'm thinking maybe like probably like an hour and a half before. An hour and a half before maybe. Cause I mean, let's be real. I mean, it's gonna be a pretty. I'm expecting it to be a pretty long queue, so like, not to mention, I doubt I'm gonna catch, you know, many of the early audience anyways, because there'll be like a jillion streamers are already streaming by the time I get on. I took a half day tomorrow, so I still have to go to work in the morning. That's the reason. That's partially the reason why. You can really see the contrast between Rod and Jonathan as game directors. So that's the problem, Gravity. Rod is not a game director. Rod is general manager. So like right, yeah. So, but I'm pretty sure like Jonathan's also a manager too as well. But he sometimes get involved with the with the game development process. But he's more so a management. But yeah, like obviously there is a stark contrast between Jonathan and Rod as GMs basically. Big difference. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest too as well. Same thing that I said before. When I heard that, like, you know, at the moment that, you know, Blizzard was or D4 was getting a general manager that never really that, you know, really wasn't involved in the Diablo development or whatever, or like the that, you know, the Diablo games were like not a Diablo veteran. Really was really kind of cringe. I kind of cringe, like is cringe. Like my first thought when I heard of that, I'm just like, why would they do that? When you have you have quite a few people you could have picked from that's actually have been part of the series since the start, since at least the D2 days that you could have picked from, and you hire from the outside. Like I thought that was really strange to me. Because at the end of the day, it's like all about respecting, well, for one, your product, and who's going to know your product better than someone who's actually worked on the product. Sure, managing and being a developer are two different things, sure, but like when it comes to people and PR and like, you know, the perception of your product and your game, like it's you're gonna want some, like the gamers are not gonna feel comfortable with someone they don't know. Like Rod is not, like you don't think of Rod when you think of Diablo. Right? Like when you think of, you know, Diablo, like Rod is not the person that comes to mind. So whether he's good at what he does or not is irrelevant. Like it's difficult for someone to represent a brand that you were never really a part of. And the player base just won't really respect that long term. Just saying it like it is. They could have introduced mid-season concept like Abattoir Azir. Pit is Abattoir Azir. That's where Pit came from. It's literally like the revised version of Abattoir Azir, just without the unique glyph and a boss at the end instead. I won't even like go into my tangent about that type of content. I'm gonna leave that alone. It's not really fair to compare Jonathan Rod. Jonathan is the founder, and that is right. He's co-founder. That's true. That's very true. You're right. Let's go cheap shot, but I'm gonna have enough points for this. I might not, but that's okay. Headhunter. Dang, already 110 decks. Okay. Yeah, I guess. I need to get over there. 2, 1. Yes, I got 2 points to kind of give away. Okay. All right, this is the best I'm gonna be able to do. With that being said, what does my stuff look like? Okay, so wish powers. Definitely want the aura. Oh, I kept the wish powers from my previous build. Okay. Guess I'll just roll with this then. I don't think I care that much about. I don't care that much. Yeah, we'll just roll with that. So I think we had. Which soccer balls did I have though? Yeah, I don't remember. I had that. I had something else. Sure, we'll take that. I'm just trying to get it off the ground and go. Okay, close quarters combat. Barrage. From this, I'll be able to get more data from the other stuff I might need to do. So I guess this will be fine. Not the right elixir I need. What class am I gonna go? Appreciate the follow. Ranger. Ranger is definitely up my alley. I appreciate the follow. No bias, but John's a beast. Oh yeah, absolutely. I love his vibe. Like listening to him talk and stuff like that. I love his vibe. For sure. To Cringeborn having a different director. Honestly, I think the game director for Vessel of Hatred was actually the same director that did that was in charge of Vicarious Visions, which did D2R. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% on that, but what are some of the better game soundtracks in my opinion? Oof. Honestly, a lot of the Nintendo games, like Zelda, Mario has really good soundtrack. Hell, Killer Instinct had an amazing soundtrack, like the original Killer Instinct. I actually still have that CD, by the way. It was called the Killer Cuts. Classic. Killer Instinct is good. Yes. Yeah, man. That was I love that game so much. Let's try 80 and see what I feel like. Hopefully I actually like did all right. Rely on my build. Don't you do that. Don't, because I have no idea what I'm doing, so don't you do that. Don't you I just realized something. I probably should have went tricks of the trade. Who's that? You that? What's up? Appreciate the sub. 18 months in a row. What a baller, man. Appreciate the support. I'm gonna ask you every day. I see you play PoE2 bow or crossbow. Gets the heads up. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm assuming bow, but I literally have no idea. Oh, come on, I can get better single target damage than this, really? It's just the 80. Actually, my Heartseeker actually hit harder than that, actually. Now I think about it. I remember flying through the 85s versus the boss here as well. Then again, my gear on live, my gear on Eternal was better than my gear on whatchamacallit. Alright, let's get rid of Flurry. We're gonna go dash. So we'll do let's go again. There's definitely PoE1 bow, guys. Gun is the top build maker for that. What's a purple serum? Circle? Aura. It's like a new wish power. Seasonal power. So the majority of PoE2 people, Venoms will go Titanus and Sword. Who can we trust to trust a range? Again, not me. I said no. You gotta remember, like range in general was like the main archetype anyways in like the original Path of Exile for a long time. Melee was seen as bad for most leagues, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So this Outcast, yes. Bombs over Bad Dag, BLB. Off the Stinkonia album. Oof. Maxroll found a bunch of really good players. We did. It's always interesting seeing them in the Discord. Like you just pop up and to walk on them. Like, yo, we got this guy. Like what? What I think about the new unique boots to Rogue for Shadow Abuse on good builds. I haven't tested out any of them or that boost honestly, but from a friend that has, he said it just really wasn't really. It wasn't enough to like rely on like a full Shadow Imbue type build. As in like it just really wasn't worth it. But I personally haven't tried it myself yet. Okay. What adjustments can I make here? I could opt to not go branch and volleys. So I can do something else to up my single target damage a little bit. I don't really necessarily need branch and volleys. That's what I'm missing though, that I might care about. Skill tree. Got 193% on close quarters combat, so that's actually not that bad. I don't believe I'm missing anything. Again, this doesn't feel bad. It actually feels quite good to play. I was hoping that it'd be just a teeny bit stronger, especially with the seasonal powers. I wonder if it's a phase like messing with things right now. But I don't have like another glove that actually tests. Alright, well, we go yellow again. Let's go 85. I just realized something that I'm not. Part of this time, I haven't really been proccing the close quarters combat buff. I just realized that. Because I have to actually deal damage with the. I see. Okay, and that's part of the problem. Alright. Alright, so I might have to go Shadow Step then. Or maybe even like actually like do Flurry. True range class would be in PoE2. Well, this is this is designed to be close up. They actually did make an attempt finally to give you an incentive to play range in Diablo 4, but they did it like 3 days 3 days before Path of Exile 2 early access. So however, with that being said, there is incentive to play some builds at range, or at least try to stay range. Guess we'll do Shadow Step. Looking got a T100 done with the Meteor build. Okay, very nice. Yeah, you would go to school after streaming and then stream again afterwards. I mean, pretty much. Okay, that actually feels better. Silly me for not proccing the close quarters combat buff. Oh, my tornado's stuck over there. Yeah, this was a very bad encounter. You missed it, old school multi-shot from Diablo 3. Same. Same. kind of want to drop a skill somewhere. I don't know if I like want to drop like poison imbue or poison imbue is quite a bit of a nice buff for this setup, but also feel like I'm not as mobile. I can drop poison imbue and then like also go flurry and dash. I'll be able to like zoom around a lot more. Be free. Just go physical instead. My shot stuff was off cooldown too. I just didn't use it. Am I gonna play Path of Exile 2 early access? Yep. That is what my title says. So yep, basically all throughout the month of December. At least that's the plan. And then from there we'll kind of see. Scourge of the land. No. Seriously? Right at the end? I don't even want to fight him again. Right at the end, he's just decided to just... Did you get super excited for it? I think it's gonna be a fun time. I'm really looking forward to it. Okay. Because I felt what I did here, I'm gonna actually I want to do a direct comparison. I thought I had another bow, like regular bow, but I guess I don't. This is kind of it. I thought I had like a dex bow, a GA dex bow. Oh well, this will be fine. So, we'll temper. That's so low, but we'll keep it. Damage to close enemies. Boom. Okay. Masterwork. Okay. Okay. That work. And we can literally just change these to change the tempering. come on. Oh, wrong one. Try this again. Come on. There you go. All right, so that. Let's get the Shred of Varathiel. The GG one. Use Masterwork, whatever. Good attack speed, I'll take that. It's a good attack speed. Take that again. And basic skills, alright. That's actually a really good Masterwork, I'll take it.
Use it well.
Cooler. Socket. Actually, we'll go different gyms here.
Jewels in sanctuary.
Topaz.
What color and brilliance.
Actually, what is my no witness bonus? %. Okay, that's actually kind of low. Need to get some diamonds in there.
Power in these stones.
So do it like that. That can stay that way. All these can actually stay the same, I think. Except for maybe not the Fist of Fate though. See, this is where I actually need a different glove. Oh. No, I don't have one. I do have one. Kind of Pangorgers, okay.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Is it just you doing the PTR or the others across the PoE? According to the stream title, this would be the last day I do PTR. Because tomorrow I'll be doing PoE. But I mean, others have done PTR already. I just... okay, I guess I'll take this. I'm just staying up later to finish up a little bit of business I have with PTR. But I will be playing tomorrow. I just realized I just put that whatchamacallit in there. There we go. Alright, I think that is it. Need to do. Okay, so Oculus. Go concussive strikes. After Arcane, I gave League a chance. Had to use Brick now. I know why I hate my life. I hate this game. Okay, Moonrise. Trying to do this really quick. I have a feeling I had like a much better experience with Heartseeker. Full clip. And there's one more retribution, I believe. Pretty sure retribution. Okay, and then now change the skills real quick. Okay, and then of course no poison imbuement. So we need to get this impetus. Somewhere you need alchemist fortune. Just curious to see if I buff that, see how I feel about it. What else is there to grab? Oh, I forgot about Flurry. Whoops. Okay, so Flurry. Alright, so now I can actually play like kind of like how I want to play. Okay. Okay. And then I think I got everything. No, that's like a quick change in builds real quick, but that should be everything. Oh wait, I forgot about my pants. I forgot I have Heartseeker pants somewhere. Yeah. How's my RS looking? Barely above it. Oh well. Whatever. We'll risk it.
More than horseshoes and nails.
Temper.
What do you need?
Armor. This playlist. Usually like this like my playlist usually invokes nostalgia. So I'm told. Are you kidding me? How to say?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I really like this song. Off this album. Her verse is also like underrated. Whatever. We'll keep it this way. Okay, so we can't go Tam anyway, so we're gonna go. Alright, almost done, yeah. Frost. Yeah. I think that's it. If my armor is like bad. Oh,
My magics await your return.
armor and my res. My res. I fixed the armor problem real quick. It's fine. No real armor here. There you go. 999, really? You was born in 85? So was I. So was I. I'm, I'm one armor from Cap. That's crazy. Let's see. Okay. Now let's do it this way. I'm not even gonna change my whatchamacallits. Oh. I do need to change one thing though. Otherwise build's not gonna work. I gotta go poison grenade. Jump into 85. This is what I'm talking about. Feels good. I see what my single target feels like though. That's like the real test really. Yeah. Did Dysec realize JLo? All right, let's see how this feels on the Blood Bishop. Yeah, way better single target. Look at that. Not even close. Way better single target than Barrage. I was right. I'm like, I know I'm feeling like I know. My single target was better with whatchamacallit. So in general, I do think that I think I'm gonna kind of struggle a little bit in terms of like which route to go with some of the rogue builds, because there are definitely setups that are more fun per se, but then there are setups that are just straight up more powerful that are considerably less fun to play or perform, I guess you could say, of a certain skill. I'll put it that way. And that made me struggle in terms of like what route I need to go. For instance, for Heartseeker, definitely close quarters combat. Like this is way better than doing Victimize. Like no contest in terms of fun factor and just overall effectiveness. Also, you're looking for your age. Seeing friends from high school from online, I'm like, what WTF happened? Bruh, yeah, I know what you mean. I have exes that I dated in high school, and I'm just like, man, I dodged the hell out of that bullet. Even though I dated in college, same exact ordeal. It's just like, yeah, that was. Post a clip of clown shenanigans in Discord. I don't understand his behavior. I'm not even trying to, sir. I will say close quarters combat Heartseeker is a ton of fun, man. As you see me doing right now. I was trying to do close quarters combat Barrage, and you would think it'd be better than Heartseeker for close quarters combat, but that is not the case. And the single target of Heartseeker is considerably better. I mean, it's like not even close difference between the two. When will this update come out? January 20th. Or the season starts January 20th. Like, watch this. Or that's a little bit longer than I wanted you to, but that's alright. Actually, I killed Blood Bishop faster, actually. Interestingly enough. I had the gen that makes the summons bigger, so it was extra funny. Oh, that is right. You can't make your Shadow Clone stronger, technically, with that gem, right? Or the Witchcraft power. Actually forgot about that. Is this Victimize Heartseeker? No. This is close quarters combat Heartseeker. What is this Flurry build? No, this Heartseeker. I'm using Flurry for movement to get around faster. I didn't really bother to change my aura stuff though. Probably could change this up. No, actually, I want to keep that 35% critical strike bonus because that's actually multiplicative instead of additive. I don't know why that is, but it is. So yeah. No, let's try Vengeful Spirit. No, let's do Doom Orb. Just cause. Is the Flurry used to just proc close quarters combat? Part of it. Part of it and just movement because like you have to you want to be close because of close quarters combat. So like you want to use dash and both Flurry to kind of get around real quick, as you're kind of seeing what I'm doing. So whenever dash is on cooldown, I have Flurry to kind of get around too. See, like right now, dash is on cooldown. I can now use Flurry to get close. You use Shadows up instead? I mean, you could, but it has a cooldown. So like, but yeah, I mean you could. Yeah, I guess you could. I guess prefer Flurry, but yeah, Shadows that works too. And I guess you also have an Unstoppable too as well, but. So probably for a Maxroll guy, I'd probably do Shadow Step. So I won't have to explain people why I'm using Flurry. But I think on my personal build, I'd probably still do Flurry. Yeah, this was better than doing it with Barrage. Yeah, I don't like the visual of the auras either. It kind of bothers me too. I kind of like the Piranado better, honestly. Here's how I do it at 100. But I mean, I'm not like geared out. Like, this is literally just whatever I possibly could throw together in the time frame that I did. I mean, you should be able to pretty convincingly do 100, no problem. How much bonus I'm getting on CQC. I think it's like 191 or something like that. I didn't take the right board. I didn't take Tricks of the Trade like I should have. Which also has like close damage or whatever to it. So I'm missing some actually. But yeah. Still going by rather quick for a 90 though, for this setup, I guess. No, I misclicked. Also, I probably could choose better witch powers too for this, but I'm being lazy. Oh, you're causing the problem. Oh wait, have you guys seen a tornado at all? Oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say I'm like I haven't been seeing it. Pain Gorgers is actually doing work though, as it doesn't really seem like it would because none of the bugs got fixed except for that ability now works with Pain Gorgers, which is a rather nice buff for basic skills, of course, but doesn't make up for the other stuff that Pain Gorgers can't or don't do. But when there really isn't really any other options for gloves, though, I guess you could do Shadows Grass, maybe? I don't know. Sorry, Grass or Shadows. Yeah, this is a 90s boss, yo. And that's like without ads. Face to face, this clone could probably look at hit chance. Well, I mean, I don't really need it to in this build. Like, there's nothing on this build that really requires lucky hit chance of any sort. Wait, does closer work too? Like the glyph from closer, does that work? Cause like do I see the ancestral drop rates improve? Slightly. Not enough for me to like jump up and down about. Like closer is just the what? I mean, I guess it's. I figure it's just his cutthroat skills. Is it really doing anything? Like, or does that legendary bonus like multiply off the whatchamacallit? I mean, I could try it. I mean, I can throw it on, change it out from devious or whatever. Just, I'm not really getting anything out of devious really. But some additive junk. But it's like, but it's still like cutthroat, so it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could try it. I'll check and see if my multiplier has changed. Wait. Wait. Okay, the multiplier does change. It went from 223 to 251. I don't know the math behind that, but I do know that closure starts with the 25%. Much like precision starts with 50% now. So I'm assuming that's why the math is off. Annie, are you okay? All right, so, and again, I'm missing like, you know, like a good Paragon board. I probably should have dropped I'll just bounty actually. I should have not sorry. I'll just bounty, but exploit weakness for tricks to the trade. But oh well. Yeah, I guess let's test this glyph now. I can't take tricks, but like, do I really want to redo my Paragon board right now though? I guess is the question. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, I'm like, after like the next 10-15 minutes, I'm not playing PTR, any more PTR, like I'm done. But yeah, closer will help. I mean, tricks to the trade will help. Okay, this has been real bad right here. I guess you might try one run with Fist of Fate though, just cause. I've had better results with Pain Gorgers, but I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just like hitting a bunch of stuff. The devious lift looks cleaner. It kind of did though. Then again, I had a couple of pretty awful starts to a few of these elites. Yeah, so like when I can get them like that, it works out. But I'm wondering if it's really like the pain gorgers that's like kind of carrying when things are close and like I got the grenade on them. I'll find out like real soon with Fist of Fate next run. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, see, look at that. Of course, that's gonna happen because of the ads, but thanks for the bills. Rogues you go to season 4, keep crushing it. Thanks, man. Hopefully, I will continue to hopefully not disappoint in the future. All right, let me run this. Let me run that back with Fist of Fate. No. Yes, roll with this. I'm gonna use ovals, because I'm pretty much done with the PTR at this point. This is my last day of playing. Okay, Fist of Fate. Dude, there are PoE2 starting while I was doing this because PoE2 isn't playable yet, sir. No one's playing PoE2 right now because no one can play PoE2 right now. Do you want me to do like a countdown stream or something, or like what do you want me to do? I will say the Fist of Fate actually seems cleaner for sure. Yeah, Dan. I mean, if it was out, I'd be playing it right now. I gotta remember to like rehash my or refresh my close quarters combat buff. Sometimes I guess I get into spam mode sometimes and I forget to do it. Appreciate the follow. Also appreciate the follow. Probably need to go straight for the elite packs though, like on these 90s or whatever. Instead of wasting time on trash, like I tend to do. But yeah, man. I mean, this is pretty solid though, for a mediocre year in close quarters combat. Like I said, this feels way better than Victimized did for Heartseeker. Too bad I couldn't get Barrage to feel as good. I think I almost have to do like Victimized Barrage probably still. So I think that might be the only build that remains Victimized. Either that. And then I have to probably do like a combo point precision barrage at some point because that's gonna be strong. But just like precision, but like precision in general is just kind of cracked going into next season. So, and I actually was gonna test that in the PTR that with precision pin shot, but. Being kind of tired, and I think I need to actually like get some sleep before my half a day at work tomorrow. Going into PoE too, but you guys like the shirt by the way? I got this on sale for Black Friday. It was like $12, like a little like nice Hawaiian. It's a Madonna. Yeah. All right, so Rain of Rose is what it is. Heartseeker becomes close quarters combat. Barrage would probably stay Victimized with the totem and Jippy shirt. Pin shot would be combo points. Rapid fire, pin shot, combo point combo point precision builds, both of them cold imbue, because now we can put the imbuements on our pants and boots now. So we can go that route. I'm trying to think. That's actually kind of it. All right. So I didn't get a chance to really test pin shot. I kind of already know what I would do, and I don't really know how well it's going to perform. I might have to jump back into PTR before it closed, like maybe on the Monday or something, like silently, and just kind of test. Next, I don't think I can do anything real quick. Trying to think if I was to switch to my random rails build right now, how could I segue into combo point? I don't think there's a quick way to do it. Or actually, let me see. Let me say this and then let me see. CQC Heartseeker. PoE2 shirt. All right, let's load this build here. I better read comment by far, rah. Let's keep it jumping like kangaroos. Basically on the Barbie, we ain't trying to lose. CIB, goddammit, didn't change the rules. Yeah, I had to like rework all these here. Yeah, I honestly don't feel like doing all that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just leave it at that. I think I kind of have my time. All right, with that being said, y'all, we're gonna raid out. I will see y'all tomorrow. For those who want to make sure, I will be streaming Path of Exile 2. Oh, whoops. Rob is still up. Is Rob gonna get some sleep before? I guess he is kind of milking the viewership right now. He's at 6K. Oops. Yeah, even Down the Crown got rolling with 1,800 views right now. I wonder, did he get rated, or did like just people just kind of just like checked in? He was sitting at 22 views like 3 hours ago. Cool guy though. Like, I mean, I like him. If we're gonna be quiet tomorrow, oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, Roxy's still on. Go away, Roxy. All right, guys. PoE2 tomorrow. Or tomorrow in about 9.5 hours, roughly ish, or something like that. Somewhere around that range. This is the break we need. But all right, hopefully I'll see some of y'all here tomorrow. I know I won't see all of y'all or even half of y'all. I get it. There's gonna be a ton of creators in the category that you can pick from. Some that might be like, you know, some of your favorite creators or whatever. And like, I get it. So when I talk about it, I don't mean it in a bad way when I say that y'all not gonna be here most likely. Like, I totally understand. But at least at at the minimum, just stop by and say hi, right? Like, so like if you're gonna chill on Rack stream or Rob stream or Woody stream or Ben stream or Zarian stream or Empyrean stream or Kriparian, all those like super big, known guys or whatever. If you're gonna chill there, I totally understand. But at least come by and be like, yo, Doc, what's up? Just come by, say hi. Gonna go back and do. Oh, also Quinn 69, I guess. Yeah. I guess I'll see some of y'all soon. Enjoy Roxy. And as always, till next time.